They are ready. It is elimination time in the Oxford Regional. Derek Jones and Jay Walker with you. And Jay, this is it. Georgia Tech taking on Ole Miss. There have been a lot of baseballs flying out here over the last couple of days.
So many baseballs that I understand when I come to Oxford why they don't call this the Grove. This is the bomb zone right here, the bomb squad for Ole Miss. The bats have been on fire, catching fire at the right time when they absolutely need to. If they can fill it up out here today and have some liquid celebration, look for Ole Miss to have a chance to keep their season alive.
Georgia Tech, meanwhile, has to deal with a lot of home runs, a lot of firepower from this offense. 3 batters for Ole Miss yesterday, 2 home runs apiece.
And that's the key. Whoever can have the best pitching staff has the best opportunity of coming out of here victorious. We don't know what you're going to get. When you go this deep in the pitching rotation, you never know what to expect. But both of these teams can absolutely rake the baseball.
On the side of Georgia Tech, they've got some stars as well. Alex Hernandez, Drew Burress have been exceptional throughout this tournament.
Alex Hernandez has showed up in a big way, but Drew Burress, probably the best of the bunch, one of the best players in the country, he needs to make an impact. He has not arrived here in Oxford. They need his bat today.
This is it. The winner goes on to the regional final. The loser goes home. Georgia Tech and Ole Miss coming up next. Welcome to the NCAA Baseball Regionals presented by Capital One. It is Ole Miss and Georgia Tech. The winner will take on Murray State in the regional final coming up tonight at 7 Eastern as these two teams vying for that last spot as Super Regionals loom next weekend. And Jay, as we take a look at the big picture, first of all, good recovery by you to get back here in the booth. It was a good time out there, out in right field, but this is the deal today between these two teams. It's SEC against ACC. The last 2 tournaments, it's been a different story.
I mean, absolutely. You know, let's go back to that first graph. The winner of this game takes on who?
The winner takes on Murray State,
Say
the
it
4
again.
seed.
Who?
The Racers from Murray State, the 4 seed.
They have been the story. We knew these two teams would face each other sooner or later, but we thought the season would have been on the line. Georgia Tech versus Ole Miss, ACC versus SEC, everything that you want. When you look at Georgia Tech, this is one of the youngest lineups you will see in the country. Only one upperclassman in the starting lineup, Alex Hernandez, fantastic freshman, great athlete, and he's had a great regional.
Speaking of freshmen, Ole Miss will lean on one on the mound. It's Cade Townsend on the bump today for the Rebels.
And Cade Townsend is special. He has electric stuff with his 4-pitch mix. You'll see a breaking ball that's going to remind you of Dwight Gooden. He will be a star in the SEC. But right now, the future is now for Cade Townsend. He has to show up big for his Rebels.
The fans continuing to file in here at Swayze Field for what they hope will be not 1, but 2 games. Many people perhaps thought that this would have been the game we would have seen last night in the 1-0 game, but instead it's an elimination game in the first meeting between these two teams in the regional. And Townsend deals a called strike on the first pitch to Drew Burress. Quickly 0-2.
You know, we talked about how Drew Burress needs to get it going, and I talked to Georgia Tech head coach Danny Hall in the dugout before the game and said, what do you got to do to get Drew going? He said, I don't worry about Drew. Drew's one of those guys, right when you think you got to talk to him, he finds a way to battle through it and does special things. They're going to need that today.
Misses there. It's interesting, Burress does not have a hit. He's 0 for 6 in this regional, but he's been on base a lot thus far, scored a couple of runs in the regional. So he's been able to get on, just not via hit.
And that's what you want from your leadoff guy. I mean, that shows you what type of talent that he is. Not swinging the bat exceptionally well, but still getting on base, being disruptive, playing good center field. But it'd be an added bonus if he can get that bat going to work here in Oxford.
Missing a little high, and now it is 3-2. Townsend pitched against LSU in the SEC tournament as the Rebels knocked off the Tigers. Went 4 2/3 innings pitched, gave up a couple of hits, no runs. High fly ball out to left field, traveling, and it is foul.
Not by much. Not by much. And talk about Drew Burress, it lets you know how dangerous he can be. That ball had a lot of hang tie.
Welcome to Oxford, Mississippi and Swayze Field. It's an elimination game in the Oxford Regional. Georgia Tech taking on Ole Miss. The winner will take on Murray State in the regional final tonight. Derek Jones and Jay Walker with you as it's 3-2 to Georgia Tech's leadoff batter, Drew Burress. And Burress draws a leadoff walk. So an 8-pitch at bat concludes with Burress reaching first base. Danny Hall, the head coach of Georgia Tech, the legendary Danny Hall in his 32nd season, and he wants his team clearly to rebound after a taxing day yesterday.
Yeah, I felt as if they were playing the best baseball, but last night just ran into Cinderella in Murray State and not able to get the job done. But this is a very talented, youthful Georgia Tech baseball lineup.
A battle of SEC versus ACC as Kent Schmidt stepping in. The SEC was 5-0 last year against the ACC. Meanwhile, to start this tournament, it's been flipped. The ACC has been in charge early on.
And one of the keys for Georgia Tech, they get off to fast starts, but then they kind of hit a lull around middle innings of the ball game, and then they know how to win late. But last night, just a little bit too much for them to overcome. Be interesting to see if they can find another hot start.
There's a strike to Schmidt. Burress has 10 stolen bases on the year, so he can scoot. And we'll see if they opt to put on a hit and run here with Kent Schmidt.
Schmidt's one of the guys that they call him Mr. Clutch. They said he's got that clutch gene about him. Leads Georgia Tech with the highest batting average on the team at .395.
Burress gets back. Schmidt was over 400 heading into the tournament and after Friday, but took the collar yesterday. Went hitless. One to Schmidt. Stings this one out to right field. Back and gone. Kent Schmidt, who did not have a hit yesterday, answers the call big time here in the first inning. It is 2-0 Georgia Tech.
Talk about having the clutch gene and what Georgia Tech baseball is all about. Getting off to a fast start, rattling the other pitchers early, and just a nice quality swing from Schmidt. He tattooed that ball effortless as he puts it in the right field.
And this has been a regular occurrence for Georgia Tech in this regional. The quick start started quickly against Western Kentucky, started quickly against Murray State. Able to score 3 runs in the first inning of their first 2 games, as that one inside and tight to Kyle Lodies.
Good reaction by Lodi's to get out of the way of that pitch. High and tight inside.
Townsend battles back with a strike. Another one inside and tight to Lodi's. And Austin Foley telling Townsend, settle in.
If you're Lodi's, you know the game plan is to pitch you inside. But when they come that far inside, if I was a pitcher now, I'd aim to the outside.
3-1 to Kyle Lodi's. A happy Georgia Tech dugout after the 4th home run of the season from Kent Schmidt. Three and two.
Good pitch right there. Obviously, we know Lodi's was looking for the fastball, but way to dig deep and throw a nice pitch. The off-speed curveball from K. Townsend.
This one hit well out towards left field, back to the wall, and that one is gone. Back-to-back home runs from the Ramblin' Wreck. Kyle Lodi's makes it 3-0 Georgia Tech.
Coming into this game, if we would have thought a team was going to hit a number of home runs, we would have said it's Ole Miss. That's what they do. They hit bombs, but the top of the lineup for Georgia Tech, getting it done early. Lodi's the junior shortstop, the first newcomer to the program at shortstop, had a phenomenal season, showing you why Georgia Tech is getting it done.
And we will see Joel Mangrum head to the hill. So you go through the lineup here. Burris, back-to-back home runs from Schmidt and Lodi's, and here comes Alex Hernandez.
And Alex Hernandez has been phenomenal all week and showing off the power that he possesses. Tremendous athlete. Vaughn Lackey, the catcher, hit a bomb yesterday. A young lineup, but very, very, I'm going to call him uber talented. The future is bright at Georgia Tech. And
Alex Hernandez had a great start to regional play on Friday. He hit not one but 2 3-run home runs in the 9-2 win for the Yellow Jackets over Western Kentucky. He had 4 hits to represent his jersey number.
And that was a display of why he was the ACC Freshman of the Year. Just a freshman, and the lights are not too bright for him here in the postseason.
There's an opening pitch strike to Hernandez. This is a matchup of a team who is hosting versus a team who thought they should be hosting a regional in Georgia Tech.
There it is.
1-2 to Alex Hernandez. 12 home runs hit yesterday. We've already seen 2 fly out of here quickly. That one fouled away. And you actually go a step further back than that. Burris had a drive that,
if it was fair,
looked
it would have been
a
a home
little
run.
close.
The wind will help balls go out to the outfield, particularly right field.
Hernandez just gets a piece of that one to stay alive.
And you know, when you talk about K. Townsend, when Mike Bianco, the head coach for Ole Miss, said he's good when he's ahead in the count. And you can see that now. When he's got 2 strikes on you and you don't have to sit a pitch in particular, that's when he can really mix things up. So that's going to be the key, him with first pitch strikes.
Down goes Hernandez for the first down of the inning.
And just a good job, just pulling the string on that curveball. And if he can get ahead in the count with his repertoire of pitches, he can bear down and be brutal on hitters.
The sophomore, Vaughn Lackey, sees a strike to begin his at-bat. Lackey had a 3-run homer yesterday. There's a breaking ball there. Georgia Tech led 3-0, then fell behind 10-3. Rallied to score 7 runs to tie the game up at 10 in the 5th inning, and a big part of that was that 3-run shot by Lackey.
You're starting to see Towson on display. Once he can get ahead of hitters, can keep them guessing. Fastball, slider, curveball, and a changeup.
Lackey drives this one to the gap. This is trouble. It'll get to the wall. Lackey will get to second base. It's another extra base hit here in the first for the Yellow Jackets. It's a double for Vaughn Lackey.
And Vaughn Lackey, one of the most athletic catchers in the country. Once he hits this ball, he's thinking, I'm taking 2 right away. We've seen him hit fastballs pretty good and hard all weekend. A little magic dust in the air, and Georgia Tech with the runner in scoring position at second base.
And this team can feast on pitching when they get going. 14th double of the year for Lackey. That'll bring in Caleb Daniel. He swings at the first pitch, hits this one high and deep out to right field. Federico is there. He makes the catch, tagging and heading to third base is Lackey. 2 away. A loud second out.
And with a little bit more wind gust, it might have gone over the fence, but just to the warning track. Fortunate for Ole Miss, that ball stayed in the field of play.
Carson Kearse. Fouls away the first pitch. Jay, this is an elimination game. It's the end of the line for whoever loses. What do you think the mindset is for these coaches in terms of how they handle the pitchers?
Oh, everything's open. If you've got a healthy arm and you prove that, then they will bring you in for situational stops. And with this game being so competitive, Lackey trying to play it off a little bit, play off that slip and fall down the third baseline. Be careful there. Brag about your athleticism, then you just look a little clumsy.
0-2, fouled away. So Townsend already north of 30 pitches in this first inning. There's something about these first innings. They have been very difficult for pitchers to navigate in this Oxford Regional. Got him. Kearse strikes out to conclude the inning, but some offense early on from Georgia Tech.
Using the variety of the long ball, Georgia Tech off to a quick start.
The NCAA Baseball Regionals are presented by Capital One. What's in your wallet? And how about those cups?
Those
and
my
what's in
buddies
them?
out there.
There's some showering that's been going on throughout the weekend. for this Ole Miss lineup. They have pounded the ball at times, and this is a tough lineup to deal with.
I mean, absolutely. This is a lineup where, as an opposing pitcher, it keeps you up the night before. They have well over 100 home runs on the season, set a school record for home runs. Mitchell Sanford, the leadoff hitter, has 17 home runs. They also have 2 guys in the lineup with 19 home runs, 6 players overall with double-digit home runs. They win by the long ball. They also swing and miss a lot, and they strike out plenty of times, but they don't care.
It'll be Jalen Payton on the hill. The senior out of Atlanta, Georgia, will try to preserve this 3-run lead.
And Payton's a guy, they said he can give it to us. A guy that's coming off of an injury, just came back after missing almost 2 years of baseball, fastball, slider change. But when he's on the mound, he's dominant. And fortunately for Georgia Tech, he seems to be healthy.
Sanford had 2 home runs yesterday. He's 3 for 8 thus far in the regional. And Payton has started out 2-0. As Jay talked about, Payton missed over 700 days dealing with Tommy John. Picked up a win in his first game back on opening day against Old Dominion.
His delivery starts low, but the ball kind of rises, almost like a softball pitcher with a rise ball. You see the strikes, and they want him to operate high in the strike zone. Normally, rarely do you hear a coach say, well, we need him to operate high, but they say he gets his strikeouts when he gets people to chase fastballs above the belt.
Fouled away. Mitchell Sanford, not 1 but 2 home runs yesterday in the win against Western Kentucky.
And Sanford's a special player. Hits over 300 on the year from his leadoff position. Can also show you some power and some speed.
6 home runs, all solo shots, as Sanford drives this one out to right. This will be extra bases for Mitchell Sanford. Sanford will cruise into second base. He's got a leadoff double. And here we go for the Rebels. They've got the leadoff man on here in the bottom of the first.
And we talked about the power, but this is just a good job of hitting. Finds that belt-high fastball that we were talking about and just punches it in the right center field into the gap. Easy stand-up double for Sanford. Good sign for Ole Miss.
The energy is high for the Rebels despite being down 3-0. Thirteen doubles now in the year for Sanford as Luke Hill commits.
Here on this breaking pitch, yes, you did. Went around there and got fooled. Ole Miss is so dangerous because of the number of home runs they hit. You almost feel no lead is safe. When they get runners on the bases, the threat of a 2-run home run is real.
Off the glove of Vaughn Lackey, Sanford over to third base. And that will be scored, a passed ball. And this right now is symbolic of what we've seen so far in the regional. The challenge has not been scoring runs in most cases. The challenge has been protecting a lead.
Protecting lead, you're absolutely right.
2-1 into right field, and Hill has an RBI hit. Sanford in, 3-1. Georgia Tech up by 2.
And that's one of the times, the start where we've seen Ole Miss play good baseball. You know, this season, this regional, it's been get on base, hit a home run. But that was good baseball. You get the leadoff double, take advantage of the pass ball, and then get the RBI single to get the first run of the game for the Rebels.
38th RBI of the year for Luke Hill, who has been a regular on the base paths for this Ole Miss team. Will Furniss now in. Hill has reached base in 58 of 61 games now. Ball 2. Georgia Tech yesterday went up 3-0 against Murray State and then promptly gave up 5 runs in the bottom half of the frame. 2-1. Fouled away by Furniss. Furniss likes to push that ball out to left sometimes, but they're not playing a heavy shift on him at the moment.
And actually from the position of left fielder, going along with what you said, huge gap in left center field with the left fielder hugging the left field line.
Fouled away by Furniss.
Furniss, another one of those Ole Miss hitters with double digits in home runs. Big first baseman with some pop.
Furniss's dad, Eddie, played baseball at LSU, a part of the College Baseball Hall of Fame. A bit outside, full count.
Payton really needs this pitch yet to record out in this game. Allow Furniss to get back in the count.
Lost him. 2 on, nobody out. And that brings up Judd Utermark. Utermark has hit over 1,200 feet worth of home runs this weekend at Swayze Field. He has not been cheated on his home runs.
Getting it going, and Utermark just a freak of nature. 6'5", with power, can play second base. 6'5", 240+ pound second baseman with pop in his bat, and we're talking about legitimate power. When he catches it, the balls go a long way.
There's a strike to Utermark. You just saw the 3 home runs combined so far in the regional for the junior out of Charlotte, North Carolina. He has been a frequent visitor of the batter's eye here at Swayze. Big cut. The 51st pitch of the inning on the way in a moment.
You want to think that if you're Payton on the mound, you just got to make a couple pitches, get out of the inning. But the bad part about that is you haven't gotten it out in this game yet. So you have to take it just one pitch at a time, one batter at a time, and then figure out a way to get out of the inning.
Off the plate, 2-2. Still nobody out. Georgia Tech with 3 across.
Oh boy.
I think Vaughn Lackey thought that should have been strike 3 the way he reacted. Instead, it's ball 3.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with him. I thought that could have easily been called a strike. But as you said, 3-2 count, fastball coming with a dangerous hitter in the box.
And instead of a pitch, we'll get a meeting. And this is a part of this day, this environment, stress. It's in the building today because the loser of this game, their season is over. The winner goes on to take on Murray State in the regional final. And not only that, whoever wins this game, they have to keep winning in order to get out of the regional.
And you got the feeling that the Ole Miss fans understand the task at hand. They're going to have to be there for emotional and verbal support for their Rebels to keep everything going.
Mike Bianco looking for some answers. Ole Miss saying, we don't have time for conferences. The fans at least.
Wow, I mean, look at the pressure in this situation right here. First and second, cleanup hitter up, full count.
3-2 to Judd Unimar, 2 on. High fly ball, drifting foul. Here's a look at what Judd Unimar has done this weekend. Over the batter's eye against Murray State. Over the batter's eye again yesterday, and his second from yesterday. Out into right center. Another full count offering. Unimar drives it to left, and it is caught. And then fumbled out in left by Caleb Daniel, and the runners stay in place.
Wow, what a great catch from Daniel, tracking down that ball. That ball was hit pretty hard. If he did not get a perfect jump on it, looking at the extra base hit. I mean, played perfectly. Great angle, extend. And then on the exchange is when the ball came out, the third base umpire, Chris Ward, made a clear signal that that was after the catch. The first out of the game for Georgia Tech.
That brings in Isaac Humphrey. Humphrey swings at the first pitch and misses. 0-1.
Now, if you're Ole Miss, okay, Vegas got a big out on you, but keep up the energy. The crowd was in the game. They were rattling, trying to get into the head of the pitcher on the mound, and after that, seems like there's a little letdown. I would keep it up. After every pitch, I'm clapping, I'm cheering. I'm not trying to let Jalen Payton get comfortable.
And now Danny Hall upset as he retreats back to the dugout.
Two veteran coaches, Danny Hall, Mike Bianco.
Fouled away by Humphrey.
And Coach Hall still has that competitive fire in his belly. In his last season as the head baseball coach at Georgia Tech.
That's the other moving part of this dynamic today. Georgia Tech trying to keep going for their head coach, who will be retiring after the season is over. And what a career it has been for him. 3 College World Series appearances, the second winningest active coach as well, and the winningest head coach in Georgia Tech history. Fouled away again by Humphrey. Well, regardless of how this inning ends for Ole Miss, they are putting some work into dealing with Jalen Payton, and that has to concern Danny Hall.
Concerned, but the key is look at the scoreboard, and if you can keep Ole Miss with just one run this inning, that would be a pretty big accomplishment to start the game.
Line deep out to right, to the wall. Goodbye. Ole Miss erases the 3-0 deficit to take a 4-3 lead on the 12th home run of the year from Isaac Humphrey.
You wonder what the umpires could be talking about, but I mean, this is what Ole Miss baseball does. They hit home runs in bunches. Humphreys hits his 12th home run of the year into the student section, and they do liquid celebrations out there. Whatever's in your hand goes up, and it doesn't come down the same.
Mike Bianco getting some clarification. I wonder what they are going over. After that sequence.
And they have to explain it to both coaches. I mean, this is a pretty intense environment right here.
No question.
I mean, for a baseball game, it almost has a football game feeling. Got the feeling that these teams could hit each other, they would, and put on some pads. So much riding. So much at stake.
Now Coach Bianco is huddling up with his team. You'd have to think in that sequence there was something that Georgia Tech took exception to from a celebration perspective in the process of that home run. Campbell Smithwick ahead 2-0. In this inning, a carbon copy nearly of what happened yesterday to Georgia Tech in the bottom of the first inning. This is a blooper, it's trouble, and that will be an infield hit for Campbell Smithwick. In on the hands. Smithwick gets the hit anyhow.
Right now, Georgia Tech just cannot catch a break. And Jalen Payton's going to have a hard time making it out of this first inning. Already given up 4 runs, including a home run. And I think we'll start to see some activity in the Georgia Tech bullpen. You can't allow Ole Miss to get too far ahead of you in an elimination game.
First pitch to Hayden Federico, missing for a ball. Georgia Tech's team ERA in this regional only before this game started was 7.94. It is getting tattooed.
That's the end now. But you know what you can take away from this, if you're Georgia Tech. When Murray State beat Ole Miss the first inning, the starting pitcher Nick Schutte, he got beat up pretty good by Ole Miss, but he found a groove and was able to calm down the bats, and they were able to hold on. As bad as the bottom half of the inning this has been for the Yellow Jackets, you're down by 1 run. Forget about what happened. refocus, and just play the game straight up.
And that's the thing. This is going to be a battle all day long. One of the toughest environments in college baseball. 3-0 instead, a check to first with Smithwick. There's a strike to Federico. Three-one pitch, strike two. Federico started the walk towards first base. We have seen that multiple times in this regional.
Yeah, maybe he thought it was outside, but too close a pitch to take.
3-2 towards left field, and the line over the head of Caleb Daniel. Smithwick stops at third, and Federico is at second with a double.
I think you got to go. You may have to go get him.
A lot of work put on the bullpen of Georgia Tech yesterday, but I think you're right. He may not be much longer for this game.
Yeah, surprised they're keeping him in this situation. But he's just having trouble getting outs right now on the mound.
Carson Ballard, who pitched in the first game on Friday against Western Kentucky, is warming up. Austin Foley, another of the home run threats in this Ole Miss lineup. He had two yesterday in the win against Western Kentucky. Well hit out to deep left field, and that is just foul.
I mean, I would literally consider making a mid-count pitching change. You just don't see Peyton figuring out the riddle of how to get these Ole Miss hitters out.
And remember, this is an Ole Miss team that strikes out in bunches, and they aren't missing anything right now. They didn't miss there. Another hit. Foley with an RBI single that scores Campbell Smithwick. The lead increases to 5-3. And this is it for Jalen Payton. Payton allowed one run in the previous 16 innings. He has given up 5, and he is still responsible for the 2 runners on. It looks like his day is going to come to a quick and sudden end. Carson Ballard is the new pitcher. Pandemonium in this first inning in favor of Ole Miss. Able to stick. They've allowed 5 runs today. They allowed 5 runs in the bottom half of the first inning. Getting out of these first innings with the lead has been problematic.
I mean, you know, it just makes no sense. You would think you get out to the fast start that you want, and the pitching staff can just go and pitch comfortably, but that has not been the case for the Yellow Jackets as they go into the bullpen and bring in Carson Ballard in the bottom of the first inning with 1 out after they've given up 5 runs. And they're going to need Ballard to go to distance a little bit to give him some quality innings. 92, 93 mile an hour fastball as a sinker, a cutter, and also working on a little knuckleball. They brought him in because he's a strike thrower. Sometimes the coach says he throws too many strikes.
What do you mean by that? Why would that be a concern?
They want him to waste the pitch a little bit, let some guys chase. But he's always going for the punch out. They need a strike thrower right now.
And he's ahead here 0-2. Jalen Payton threw 43 pitches in this game. Could only get 1 out, a third of an inning. Allowed 6 hits, 5 earned runs. That line is not complete, though, because he's responsible for the 2 runners on. As Luke Chang at the plate here for the Rebels. And Chang able to get a piece there.
And if you're Ballard right now, if you get the strikeout, that's great. Come up with a double play ball, but something to keep these fans in their seats. Ahead in the count early, 1-2. This is where you say you want him to have the ability to not throw a strike and see if you can get Luke Chang to chase something.
Not there, 2-2. Georgia Tech would love a double play ball here. And there is a called third strike on Luke Chang, second out of the inning.
You know, a guy that stays around the strike zone, able to flip that pitch in there. That sinker started off high, then dropped low for a much needed strikeout for Georgia Tech.
Here's Mitchell Sanford again, and Sanford swings at the first pitch. That will go right to Drew Burris, and that concludes the inning. Over 45 minutes. Humphrey going deep. Welcome back to the NCAA Baseball Regionals presented by Capital One. An eventful first inning. A little bit too eventful for Danny Hall. 46 minutes. Today, 48 minutes. Yesterday, 82 pitches in the first inning. Yesterday and today here in Oxford for Georgia Tech games.
And he's seen a lot in his coaching career. I doubt he's ever seen back-to-back first innings like that for his ball club. Fortunate thing about it, only down by 2 runs, and it's the second inning. So there's a lot of baseball that remains to be played in this game. But I think right now it's kind of, if you're Georgia Tech, you have to establish that you're going to be able to swing the baseball bat all game long against Ole Miss. And I say that because we know Ole Miss is going to keep swinging that baseball bat. I mean, that's what they do. No lead is safe against Ole Miss. They hit too many home runs. Even if you strike them out, they still can get back in the game in a hurry.
Drew Rogers, who has been bumped up to the 8-hole today. Ahead in the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. The dangerous thing for Georgia Tech, talked about it yesterday in the Western Kentucky game against Ole Miss. Ole Miss hit home runs, but all of them were solo shots. Big 3-run homer today tilted the tie.
It actually seems like Ole Miss is starting to play that caliber of baseball where moving runners, not leaving guys stranded on base, timely hitting.
(3-1). And that hits Drew Rogers.
Cade Townsend did not have a good first inning, but it seems like it was a great first inning compared to what we saw from Georgia Tech in that first inning. But you got to keep an eye on Townsend as well. Just a freshman pitching in the biggest ball game of his career. Yes, he gave you the quality win against LSU in the SEC tournament, but this is season on the line baseball.
Connor Schaus into the lineup today for the Yellow Jackets. That's a bit of an adjustment from Danny Hall. Schaus pinch hit during the game last night against Murray State. So he's out in right field in this one. He's going with the open jersey look here.
And nothing underneath, showing off his chain and his chest hairs. Just a freshman. And when you talk about how young Georgia Tech's lineup is and how bright their future is, you know, normally this time of year you bring in a guy into the lineup hitting the ball pretty well. He'll be a senior or junior. They bring Schaus into the lineup, another freshman that looked good yesterday in his plate appearances.
Level count to Connor Schaus. Home plate umpire Daniel Jimenez did not think that was a strike. Instead, ball 2, 2-1.
And Townsend's not showing that command, that ability to get ahead. He hit the number 8 hitter and Drew Rogers, who's over on first base, and now falling behind to the number 9 hitter and digging a hole even deeper. Warning signs to Coach Bianco as he's going to send the catcher out there for a little visit and talk. Good call.
There is some movement for Ole Miss in the bullpen. Hudson Calhoun, the righty, getting warm for the Rebels. And Jay, you just hit on it. Jalen Payton kind of overshadowed what we saw in the first inning from Cade Townsend.
Yeah, the poor start, and they were hoping he could get it going, go out on the mound and pitch with the lead. But after hitting somebody and falling behind 3-1.
Now 3-2.
Inside.
Back-to-back base runners to start the top of the second here for Georgia Tech.
The worst thing you can do when you're pitching with the lead is give up free passes, base on balls. And you see Bianco, you know, we give you the lead, give you a 5-spot, give you a 2-run lead, and you walk the first 2 hitters you see. Freshman mistakes. Bianco's not messing around. He's going to the bullpen early.
He knows the stakes in this contest. Pitching change here in Oxford with Ole Miss leading it by 2 in an elimination game.
A.m. or 5 p.m.
Heavy and loud.
Or light and quiet.
Solo session.
Or team effort.
It's where the work begins.
And never really ends.
However you train.
The gym is yours.
Lace up at nobleproject.com.
Guess I won't be making my famous burgers.
Text everyone to cancel. The Rivera say it's not even raining at their house.
Aren't they like 2 blocks away?
Murray State tonight in the regional final, but here's the thing. The winner of this game will have to beat Murray State not once, but twice, with the second time being on Monday.
And Murray State's just sitting back enjoying all this. Keep going to your bullpen. We hope you have to use your 15th pitcher on your roster, because Murray State, the one thing they can do, they've proven they can hit very well in this regional.
Hudson Calhoun, 3-0 this season, 21st appearance on the year, and he's got some problems that he's dealing with heading in.
I mean, coming in there facing one of the top 5 Major League Baseball prospects for next season, and Drew Burris, with runners on first and second. But you see the swing and miss capability. He's got 22 innings pitched, 35 strikeouts. So that lets you know he's got some good stuff when he gets it going. Fastball can get up to 96 miles an hour, and a slider that's in the 80s to mid 80s. Really good at changing speeds. Comes in this game when runners on in the top of the Georgia Tech lineup coming up.
Georgia Tech has scored in the first inning in 10 straight games. That coincides with the insertion of Burris into the leadoff spot. And Burris has helped elevate this offense to another level, but they would like to have a hit here from Burris. He's been able to get on, but does not have a hit as of yet in the Oxford Regional. Strike one.
Calhoun comes in piping at 94 miles an hour, opening pitch. Let you know when he gets juice, he can get it up there to 96. They're just trying to establish the ability to change velocity, give him something to look at. You come in 94 miles an hour, then you do a 92 mile an hour slider.
Popped into the air, shallow right field. Federico coming on, has the catch. And Burris still without a hit in the regional.
That's when Coach said they need him to get going. That was a situation you would hope, and did not have good at-bats versus Murray State yesterday, and continuing to struggle a little bit.
Jay, how about the scouting report for these teams that don't have a lot of familiarity with each other and kind of learning and instructing on the fly as Kent Schmidt, the Glizzy Gladiator with the hot dog bat, steps in?
You know, Burris comes in as the hot bat, and then Lodis is the guy that can really hurt you, who's on deck right now. But right when you focus on those two, who hurt you in the first inning? Kent Schmidt, the first baseman. He's a guy that can hit for average, and we saw in the first inning power as well. And when you think Georgia Tech, you know, they don't rely on the long ball. You know, they rely on a bunch of guys in the lineup with plus 300 batting averages, moving runners over, and kind of nicking you to death, just hitting the ball hard all over the ballpark. And if it happens to go out, it does.
Schmidt already ahead here, 3-0. Georgia Tech led 3-0, gave up a 5 spot in the bottom of the first. Trying to answer back. There's a strike to Schmidt. 3-1.
Obvious take on that pitch there, but gave Schmidt an opportunity to take a good look at the trajectory of the fastball.
3-1 misses upstairs, and that puts Schmidt on the load the bases for Kyle Lodies.
What is going on here in Oxford? You go into the bullpen, you already pull one pitcher because he walks two guys. And then your guy out of the bullpen walks another to load up the bases.
In steps Kyle Lodies, who will try to pay it off. He has a home run earlier. Couple of hits last night. Prime RBI opportunity with one out. Strike one. Quickly, 2 strikes on Kyle Lodies. Second team All ACC. Has the bases loaded here. One out. Pops this one up. Playable in the infield. And the catch is made by Luke Hill.
Well, got him down in the count 0-2, and then trying to chase bell-tie fastball high and inside. Not the at-bat that they wanted to see from Lodies. Hudson Calhoun's a pitch away from getting out of the inning and doing his job out of the bullpen.
Friendly fire there. As Hernandez fouls away the first pitch on that backswing. That's tough.
That's not friendly fire. Friendly fire comes from your own team. When it's the
true.
opposing
Yes.
team, you got fired on. We'll call it competitive fire. But good to see that Fowley's able to remain in the game and didn't need any attention on that wrist.
Hernandez did not go around according to the first base umpire, Jake Ullenhop.
The first look, I didn't think he went either. But, you know, when you're a taller guy with long arms out there, they extend a little bit. To the crowd, it would appear that way, but a good job getting the call right. And how about this situation? You got Lodies to pop out, but now you got Alex Hernandez to face with the bases loaded, who's been the go-to guy for the Yellow Jackets this weekend. Can he do it again?
Missing for a ball. The 2-1, big cut by Hernandez, could not catch up with it. And that will bring the fans to their feet here at Swayze.
This is incredible. One of the loudest baseball games I've ever attended.
High fly ball out towards center field. Humphrey has room, and the out. Hudson Calhoun gets out of danger. 5-3 lead for the Rebels.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
We're live from Chick-fil-A.
This is Grant.
And this is Laura.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that sweet bun.
And that chicken filet was perfectly crispy and soft at the same time.
And that smokehouse barbecue sauce, it's a lot of fun. And the brown sugar bacon definitely had a little bit more pizzazz. Also, the mac, one of the all-time greats.
It's hard to believe how much goodness you can get in one bite.
Man, I'm getting hungry.
Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Your kid's brain with Allegra versus some allergy medications in the math quiz. Some allergy medications can make your kids drowsy.
1, 2, 3.
But Allegra is different.
7 times 51? No biggie. 357.
Ace. Well done.
Allegra is fast, non-drowsy allergy relief with 0% brain interference, so your kids can stay sharp at school. It's a no-brainer.
Let's go! The Rob Dwalish-Willie, the Sugar Show! Juliana Pena!
How are you going to beat me, Kayla?
Kayla Harrison!
I will be champion.
Here's a look at the national seeds in elimination games around the country. Georgia and Oklahoma State tied at 9 in the bottom of the 9th. Kentucky putting it on Clemson earlier today in a shocker. Vanderbilt already in trouble against Wright State, who took them to the limit in the opener. Texas leading Kansas State. Southern Miss and Columbia tied up at 1. Columbia beat Southern Miss earlier this year. Or earlier this regional, I should say. It's been a battle here for these national seeds, Jay.
Yeah, what is going on with Vanderbilt? I mean, the bats just have not shown up. Even in the game they won by 1 run, not able to produce a lot of offense. And Wright State had them on the ropes in game 1. Now they've got a lead. Let's see if they learn from that experience that they can hold on and knock off the #1 overall seed.
Luke Hill fouls that pitch away. Super regional tickets could be punched here later tonight as Hill drives this one into left field. That's a base hit, and it will send Hill to second base with a leadoff double. NCAA regional coverage for all 16 sites continues tomorrow on ESPN Plus and the ESPN app. For more information, visit NCAA.com, the home for all 90 NCAA championships.
Is that Bo out there on the grill? Let's give him thank you. My stomach is still full from the bacon wrap filet mignon steaks he sent to us. If you got another one, Bo, I'm getting hungry again a little bit around the 5th, 6th inning. I'll have an appetite. But what about this sign here for Ole Miss? They start off the game, leadoff double. Second inning, leadoff double. Not a good sign for Georgia Tech, as Ole Miss is swinging the bat here early in this game.
19th multi-hit game of the season for Luke Hill. You know, there's so much talk about what the power does throughout the lineup. Hill is an excellent hitter for this team, and he has proven it again in this regional.
Consistent approach at the plate for Hill is what they really like about him. Leads a team in batting average. Transferred from Arizona State and has really been a plug-in player at so many different positions.
2-2, popped into center field. That gets down for a base hit. Hill stops at third base. Furness at first, runners at the corners for the Rebels. They're back at it again, this time in the bottom of the 2nd.
Yeah, not a hard hit ball, but when you've got a big first baseman like Furness just making contact, able to kind of muscle that ball into the outfield. Just kind of throws his hands at it, gets the momentum, and the ball dinks in the center field. Thought we would have had to play at the plate, but with the way things are going for Ole Miss, why take that chance
Judd Utermark swings at the first pitch, but fouls it away. Georgia is officially out, eliminated by Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State will take on Duke, and there is a potential scenario mounting now where Ole Miss, if they can get through, could very well host a super regional.
These folks would love to hear that news, but a lot of baseball has to be played in this game, and then have to win the next game, and then the game after that. So definitely giving them a forecast for the future, but there's a roadmap.
Utermark strikes out. That's really been the best part of the pitching today for Georgia Tech. They've been able to at least solve Utermark with runners on. But before and after that has been the problem. Here's Isaac Humphrey.
And that's how you go after Ole Miss. Is they're going to get the hits, they're going to get the home runs, but you have to strike them out. When you have those strikeout opportunities, you have to strike them out. In this game, Ballard already has 2 strikeouts. He's given up the 2 hits, but Ole Miss will help you out by swinging and missing a lot.
Humphrey had the go-ahead 3-run homer. Back in the first inning, Humphrey took it over the right field fence to give the Rebels a lead.
Yeah, and he did that with 2 strikes and a quality at bat. Kind of forced the wheels to fall off from Georgia Tech in that first inning after that.
Second strike on Humphrey, 1-2. If you're just joining us, Jalen Payton was the starter for Georgia Tech. He did not make it out of the first. Ballard deals. 2-2.
This is the same situation in which Humphrey did damage against Payton in the first inning. With 2 strikes, now a full count, probably anticipate fastball coming. Good low fastball hitter, Humphrey, in the batter's box.
3-2, fouled away. So again, to go back to what we were just talking about a moment ago with Duke and Oklahoma State, the winner of this regional will take on the winner of the Athens regional, which will be either Duke or Oklahoma State, as Humphrey skies this one in the air. This could be deep enough to score a run. Hill scampers in from third, and it is a 6-3 Ole Miss lead.
Good baseball once again on display by Ole Miss here today. Runner in third base, got to get the ball deep enough in the outfield where you can get the run across the plate. Isaac Humphrey doing his job once again today.
And that's the thing, if you can't get this Ole Miss team to strike out in critical spots, you're going to have some problems. If they put the ball in play, they're even more dangerous because of their propensity to hit the ball out of the yard.
Look at this aggressive shift on Campbell Smithwick. Third baseman playing shortstop. Anticipating the pull. Look at those right fielders. They're lined up in formation out there. Second baseman and the right fielder.
There's a strike, almost like the short fielder that you'd see sometimes in Little League. Popped in the air, left field, and there to make the catch is Caleb Daniel. The lead increases to 3 for Ole Miss.
Your kid's brain with Allegra versus some allergy medications in the math quiz. Some allergy medications can make your kids drowsy.
1, 2, 3.
But Allegra is different.
7 times 51? No biggie. 357.
Ace. Well done.
Allegra is fast, non-drowsy allergy relief with 0% brain interference, so your kids can stay sharp at school. It's a no-brainer.
The new How to Train Your Dragon menu is now at BK. Get it before it disappears. Ooh, toothless. Bold, tasty, and dangerously delicious. How to Train Your Dragon. Coming to theaters June 13th.
Let's go! The Rob Dwalishvili, the Sugar Show! Juliana Pena!
How are you going to beat me, Kayla?
Kayla Harrison!
I will be champion.
The WNBA on ESPN. We can't get enough.
Everyone to Omaha, Nebraska, home of the College World Series.
Cause here I come, I wear it all on my sleeve, so everything you see shows you where I'm from.
Bolts back and makes the catch! Somehow hung on! Back-to-back jacks!
More, can you believe it?
The road to Omaha underway this weekend, and a look so far at the conference tote board. The ACC has been fantastic. The SEC with the most wins. They have a record number of teams in this year with 13, but the ACC has meant business.
Playing quality baseball all across the country. Give a shout out to the mid-majors. Mid-majors, although they've got 39 losses, getting 20 wins in postseason. Shout out to programs like Murray State, responsible for 2 of those and a win away for making a dream season go even further.
The 4 seed in the Oxford Regional will try to shock the college baseball world by reaching Super Regionals coming up later this evening. Oh, 0-2 to Vaughn Lackey. Lackey doubled in his first appearance. Over to Chang. Low throw, and that gets away from Furness. Lackey will take second base. And Lackey is back on second base for a second at bat, and that should be an error and will be an error against Luke Chang.
Well, you have to have a hard hit ball, comes right to him, and just the bad throw. Skipped it by about 6 feet off the dirt. And that'll get you frustrated, because you tell your team, we've got the lead, no free passes. So the pitcher, no base on balls. Infielders, outfielders, no errors. And we can play this game clean.
That brings in Caleb Daniel. Off the mark there, 1-0. Count even at 1 ball and 1 strike to Daniel, who flew out to right first time up.
Daniel, another one of those freshmen in the Georgia Tech lineup. Came in today batting .313 on the season.
Foul away again.
Look at this. This tells me two things. One, the travel ball is making an impact in college baseball. They play so much and they come in ready, but look at those numbers there. You have to coach them, and Georgia Tech's done a great job recruiting guys that can make an impact.
Daniel strikes out for the first out of the inning.
Just an unfortunate at bat. Bad time to strike out. But look at the bite on that pitch there. That slider with so much bite on it almost looks like a curveball.
Carson Kearse, the third baseman, takes a look at a strike.
Good location, outside corner of the plate, 93 mile an hour.
You mentioned how young Georgia Tech is. That's in contrast with the SEC, which is normally a much older league. The 0-1 is into right field, and that will be a base hit. Kearse gets to second base. Lackey is in, and the deficit is back down to 2. 6-4 lead for Ole Miss.
And taking advantage of the error to start off the inning. Ball just goes down the right field line. Not hard hit, but effectively hit. Good speed on the bases with Lackey. And the sophomore Carson Kearse able to get an RBI double.
A pickoff attempt back over at second base, and Kearse just getting back in time.
Woo. Possibly a little better tag. It might have got him. I thought the tag was applied to the body. Had they been able to get the hands, might have picked him off.
Oh, 0-1 to Drew Rosser, the DH.
Let's take a look at that tag on the previous play with the pickoff. Ball's there, but tagged him almost around his waist, not able to locate the hand.
In on the hands for the second strike. The attendance this weekend for the Ole Miss games, as per usual.
Yeah. And, we kind of thought the fans may stay out and see if they win this game and show up for the night game. But if Ole Miss is playing tonight, this place is going to be electric.
Rogers strikes out for the second out.
Big time slide piece from Rogers there. You see that bite. And we talk about the youthfulness of Georgia Tech. Well, when you're seeing a big time slider like that, righty versus righty, you got to grow up a little bit. That's a grown man's pitch to hit.
That'll bring in Connor Schaus, the 9-hole hitter for the Yellow Jackets. He swings at the first pitch, and this is a diving catch made out in left field by Mitchell Sanford to conclude the inning. He lays out and makes the play.
Making a good jump on the ball. Good speed out there for Sanford. Secures it in the inning.
While they munch on Popeye's Crunch, Dante dreams away, missing out on all these new Louisiana flavor-rated wraps. Don't be like Dante.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
When your family feels protected under our roof, they're free to dream. And you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. Customize what you pay with Drive My Way. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
In your neighborhood, there's a place so good. It's so nice to be part of store meant for me.
All natural chicken hindquarters are just 99 cents a pound. Deli shaved ham is only $4.98 a pound. Capri Sun or Kool-Aid Jammers are just $2.48. Sara Lee buttered bread is 2 for only $5.
Welcome to Fairway, your Fairway family.
Your brain with Allegra versus some allergy medications during rush hour. Some allergy medications can make you drowsy.
Struggled. Your bats have been able to get going, but the pitching, it's been a battle again.
Yeah, we've had 2 starters in a row. Can't get out of the first inning after we score 3 runs. So bad recipe for sure, but Ballard's in there. He seems to be throwing strikes, and we gotta try to manage it 1 inning at a time, throw enough strikes, and make enough plays.
Now, I was going to ask you, Coach, you've seen so many baseball games. What does this Georgia Tech baseball team right now have to do to win this ball game?
Well, obviously we got to pitch better. This is going to be a tough lineup to navigate. Great atmosphere here today, and then we got to get some timely hits. You know, we had bases loaded and 1 out, didn't get a run there. They pitched out of that jam, so just got to take advantage of opportunities when we have them, and then just, you know, throw more strikes and pitch better.
Coach, thank you for your time. We'll let you get back to work.
Thank you.
Throw more strikes and pitch better. Normally, that's what you want to do, but you throw too many strikes against Ole Miss. The bomb squad will drop a bomb on you.
Hayden Federico into the shift. Hernandez makes the play. 1 down.
And a good job for the shift. That would have been a tough play for a normal depth second baseman. So the shift pays off in that situation. And Coach Hall said, you know, throw more strikes, get some timely hits. They need 1, 2, 3 innings. You know, when you're trailing in a game, the key is get off the field early so your bats can go back to work to help you get into the game.
Only 1 yesterday against Murray State. 1-0 to Austin Foley. 11,000 people plus here at Swayze Field. First 2 days of this regional. And I'm sure, just by a cursory glance, we are near that number and then some again here today.
A lot of people standing in the aisles because they don't have seats. I want to give some credit to the job that they've done here, the hospitality here in Oxford. Good food, good times, good fans. Been a fan-friendly experience.
Foley puts this one in the air. Out towards center field for Drew Burris, who makes the play. That will leave it up to Luke Chang, and he'll try to atone for that error in the previous inning. And that's been one of the storylines here in this regional. Prosperity for these teams has been brief because they come out and they'll score runs, and then it's been tough for them to kind of solidify the game from that point on.
Yeah, they'll give up the lead and holding on to the lead. So this is that lull in the game that we kind of know Georgia Tech is used to. But Ole Miss, they were a team, they have to keep their foot on the gas pedal.
Over to third for Curse. A 1-2-3 inning for Carson Ballard and Georgia Tech. There is a look into Omaha. The College World Series starts on June 13th. And both of these teams here today, Georgia Tech, Ole Miss, hoping to be there. But some of the Sunday headlines so far, Oklahoma State with a walk-off home run ending Georgia's season. Brock Thompson, a 2-run homer in the 9th. Wright State leading the overall #1 national seed Vanderbilt 5-1 in the bottom of the 5th. And then Texas, who is trying to avoid elimination, they are all over Kansas State with 6 runs in the first inning. What are some of your takeaways there?
The parity, the fact that the transfer portal has hit the postseason, and we're starting to see those results right now. And, you know, like, the right team get hot, it could happen, but I'm still curious about what's going on with Vanderbilt. I mean, the #1 overall seed, I mean, they've struggled in every game.
Top of the order for Georgia Tech here in the top of the 4th.
And what else? I'm not seeing on that headline, but what about the job that we've seen from Murray State?
Dan
Murray
Skirka.
State is the Cinderella of the tournament so far.
Dan Skirka, what a job he has done with his team. And Burris facing a 2-1 count. By the way, a lot of interest for Murray State and what's going to happen in this game. They'll get the winner in the regional final. The winner of this game will have to beat Murray State once tonight and then potentially a second time tomorrow.
You know, I knew you were going to say that because I've been thinking about this, right? You know, everybody's like, Murray State can't win 2 out of 3 versus one of these ball clubs. They don't have to. You know, I was thinking about the way I'm going into the game if I'm Murray State. We just got to win this one. Let's get it out the way. Get the one and let's go. Don't think about, well, we got 2 days to win it. No, you got to get that one tonight and put all the naysayers away.
2-2 high.
I mean, I would play for today. Like, pitcher gets in trouble, top of the first, I'm pulling him. I'm going to the next guy. I'm doing situational all the way. I'm going for the victory tonight if I'm Murray State.
3-2.
Burris
Look who hits this one deep to left field, and it is gone. Burris with his first hit of the regional. It is a home run and a 6-5 game as Burris is on the board in the Oxford Regional.
Burris finally said hotty toddy Oxford, Mississippi with the home run. A quality at bat. This is what makes him elite. And he hit it right away and knew he had enough of it. If they can get him going, a lot of baseball left to be played in this game. That's a good sign for Danny Hall and Georgia Tech.
Burris has scored 3 runs prior to today in this regional, but now he is on the board. He's got a couple of runs scored in this contest, and his first hit, a home run that has made it a 6-5 game. So Drew Burris with an excellent bit of momentum there for Georgia Tech to build upon. What a hat that is. My goodness. Kent Schmidt takes a look at the first pitch. Would you buy that one?
Honestly, don't ask me that. When you know the answer is no. But you're going to ask me that on TV. Come on. Would you buy that?
For a friend, perhaps. 1-1. I've got some family down in Georgia. Maybe. Kent Schmidt, 1 for 1 on the day with a 2-run homer in the first inning and a walk.
Oh,
and Schmidt
tied it up.
Has his second home run of the day. Way out of here. Kent Schmidt ties this game up at 6. And for the second time today, the Yellow Jackets go back-to-back.
This may go down as one of the craziest regionals that I've ever covered. These two teams are playing each other, and you have no idea the momentum swings that we've seen all weekend. I mean, this is a no doubter. Two quality at bats for Schmidt. Balls in his wheelhouse, almost hit the same spot. And look at the rambling wreck of Georgia Tech. Good job. How do you celebrate? Oh, isn't that special?
They've had a lot to be happy about here in the 4th inning. Back-to-back home runs, including the first multi-home run game of the season for Kent Schmidt. Already 4 home runs today for Georgia Tech. So now both teams have seen 3-run leads evaporate.
And believe it or not, we're just in the 4th inning, and already Jalen Payton is off the hook. That's the best, most you can ask for, the performance he had, just to have a no decision in this contest. And it'll go down to a bullpen starter or bullpen pitcher that'll get the decision. Georgia Tech did a good job of getting back in this game to tie it at 6.
That'll bring in Kyle Lodies, who was ahead here 2-0. Lodies was a part of the first back-to-back, so Schmidt a part of a back-to-back with the 2 and 3 hitter, and also the 1 and 2 hitter with Burris getting the home run earlier in this inning. Fouled away. And that's the thing, we talked about how dangerous in the open that this Georgia Tech lineup is. And you go look at the top 5, Burris, Schmidt, Lodies, Hernandez, and Lackey. All of the home runs have come from the top 3 hitters today for the Yellow Jackets.
And that is where Georgia Tech, that's the vaunted part of their lineup. Hitters 1 through 5 can really hurt you. Bottom half, you got some guys with some pretty good batting averages, but not the power numbers. Whereas you look at Ole Miss, you know, you go to their number 8 hitter in the lineup, and he's got 19 home runs. So they're pretty balanced that way, but it's top heavy for Georgia Tech in their lineup.
And Lodies draws the walk as Hudson Calhoun still looking for his first out recorded here in the 4th. Well, he's not getting there, perhaps. Mike Bianco not wasting much time in signaling to the bullpen. Another change on the way here for Ole Miss. A pitching change in Oxford once more. Georgia Tech fell behind 6-3, but they are back with back-to-back home runs.
Where are all the animals, Dad?
Don't know, kiddo. Just not our day.
It's a rare thing when someone you've been with for so long finds a way to surprise you. It's like discovering E-Trade's easy-to-use platform now comes with expert insights from Morgan Stanley to help you navigate the markets.
Mom can speak walrus?
The new How to Train Your Dragon menu is now at BK. Get it before it disappears. Oh, toothless. Bold, tasty, and dangerously delicious. How to Train Your Dragon. Coming to theaters June 13th.
The Women's College World Series on the networks of ESPN.
But the Yellow Jackets have scored 3 runs in the last 2 innings here to tie the game up, including back-to-back home runs here in the 4th, courtesy of Drew Burress and Kent Schmidt. That will bring in another change for the Rebels. It's Alex Canny on the hill, Jay.
You see it right there, 15 innings pitched, 22 strikeouts. Gives up a lot of hits, though, for 15 innings, giving up 22 hits. Not the numbers you want to see. But at this point now, just Coach Bianco's made it clear. He just wants guys not to give up walks. Go after the hitters. Base on ball will get you a pull from the game.
And all of a sudden, the players for Georgia Tech very happy. Jalen Payton still locked in. And a little bit more celebratory after his start today. Alex Hernandez will face Canny first. Hernandez 0 for 2. Quick move to try to keep Lodi's over at first.
See, Lodi's just wants to be a distraction right now, to distract you from those numbers that you see you're facing right now with Alex Hernandez. But I would keep an eye on Lodi's. He's 13 of 13 in stolen bases on the year.
Canny ahead of Hernandez here, 0 and 2. Which of these teams will be the first team to figure out the top of the order? Both pitching staffs have labored dealing with the elite hitters in this game.
Lodi's is itching over there at first base. Canny doesn't necessarily have a quick move to the plate.
1-2, gets by Luke Hill in the left field. First hit of the day for Alex Hernandez.
Nice at bat from the freshman of the year in the ACC, Alex Hernandez. Down in the count with 2 strikes and able to find a ball he could lace in the left field.
Vaughn Lackey.
If you throw Lackey a fastball, he's going to crush it. You need to give him something that spins.
There's a toss over to Judd Utermark at second base. And Lackey got on to base last time because of an error from Luke Chang. A first pitch strike from Canny to Lackey.
Good first pitch with the location. You set up the fastball, but I still think you got to go off speed to have success against Lackey.
0-1.
So that was a pitch there. He froze him, just missed a little bit inside. When you've got a guy that hits fastball, he's a fastball hitter, you have to be able to go off speed.
Lackey has increased his RBI count over the course of this season from last year. Last season, 15 RBIs, 42 this year. One, two. Breaking ball, line drive, right to Hill. And Canny picks up the first down of the inning. Caleb Daniel, the left fielder, heads in with 1 out and 2 on. Hernandez at first, Lodi's at second. 6-6 ball game.
In this game right here, this is how you know it's just a slugfest. I don't think any coach has thought about bunting a guy over in this game. Moving the runners. I mean, it's all stay there. We're going to let our hitters come up and hit.
Bunting is out of style in this regional. Feels like extra base hit or bust at times for these teams. 2-0. Over the glove of Furness, down the line, out in right. This will give Georgia Tech the lead. 1 run is in. Hernandez is in as well. And it's 8-6. Georgia Tech on a 2-run double from Caleb Daniel.
Why bunt when my partner here, Mr. Derek Jones, said it's extra base hit, home run, or bust. And this ball is hit down the line, gets over the glove of Furness at first base. I actually thought he could have had a triple out of it, pulled himself up at second base. We'll see if that cost him, but an RBI double for Daniel.
Kearse fouls off the first pitch, with Daniel getting that 2-run double. Now all 9 Yellow Jackets in the lineup have reached base in this contest. Kearse got on back in the third with a double.
He's peeking, and you know what it is? He doesn't know what to do. I know what happened there. He pulled up. He easily could have made it to third base, but the third base coach was busy looking at the play at the plate, sending him. And that's why he pulled up. Better safe than sorry. But I'm just imagining if you're Georgia Tech and you got him at third base with 1 out, you're in position for a sac fly to get you another run. Look, because watch this ball just die. It dies right there. He has to go get it. And they just lose track of him. And Daniel's already on second base, so missed opportunity.
Two and two to Carson Kearse. For Ole Miss, their bullpen got worn out in the opener on Friday in the 9-6 loss to Murray State. Had to do some more work yesterday. And because they just couldn't get enough innings out of Cade Townsend, they had to dig into the bullpen early again. Popped up first base side, and Furness grabs it for the second out. Well, if you're Ole Miss, 6 runs probably was not going to beat Georgia Tech anyhow, considering the way this regional was going. So it'll be back to work for the Rebels. in the bottom of the 4th inning. But can Georgia Tech add to this? Drew Rogers hits this one towards Humphrey, who is in to make the catch to close out the inning. But 4 for Georgia Tech. They lead it by 2.
When your family feels protected under our roof, they're free to dream. And you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. Customize what you pay with Drive My Way. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Your kid's brain with Allegra versus some allergy medications in the math quiz. Some allergy medications can make your kids drowsy.
1, 2, 3.
But Allegra is different.
7 times 51? No biggie. 357.
Ace. Well done.
Allegra is fast, non-drowsy allergy relief with 0% brain interference, so your kids can stay sharp at school. It's a no-brainer.
Hey, play for an ultra?
We're playing for ultras. Brace you for an ultra?
Put an ultra on it. Don't forget, there's ultras on the line. Woo. I didn't.
Michelob Ultra, superior light beer.
The new How to Train Your Dragon menu is now at BK. Get it before it disappears. Oh, toothless. Bold, tasty, and dangerously delicious. How to Train Your Dragon. Coming to theaters June 13th.
Regionals continue through Monday as ESPN is the home for the NCAA College Baseball Regionals for around-the-clock multi-game coverage. Scan the QR code below. ESPN Plus subscribers can access expanded coverage with Squeeze Play.
Georgia Tech gets the lead, but you get the feeling like if this was a horse race, like Ole Miss, they're that stalker. You know what that stalker is in horse racing? Doesn't want to be in the lead, just wants to stay close enough to you, and then in the last stretch, they can just fly by you. So Georgia Tech has a lead, but you just got the feeling Ole Miss is a team built for stalking.
Mitchell Sanford pops this one up third base side, and the long run and the out recorded.
Wow, this is a good job because they got the shift on. So you see where he is right there at shortstop. This ball goes in the air. He's got to get on his horse. Look at that full speed sprint in a foreign ballpark.
Tremendous hustle there by Carson Kearse. And that will bring in Luke Hill, who has reached base twice so far today with a single and a double. He's scored 2 runs. And the first pitch, fastball wide, 1-0. Took something off of that pitch there, connects for a called strike. (8-6) Georgia Tech lead. Derek Jones and Jay Walker with you in an elimination game. As Hill can't get to that one. The winner takes on Murray State in the regional final. The winner will have to beat Murray State twice to advance to Super Regionals. Murray State just needs one more win to reach Super Regionals for the first time in program history. 2-2. Hill has been a regular on the base paths during regionals. 12 plate appearances. He's gotten to base 8 times.
Hill's got 2 runs already today. Doing a good job getting on base.
Over to short. Good throw by Lodis to get Luke Hill. And 2 down. Will Furniss will step in.
Do you
with 2
hear
outs.
his music?
Yes.
His plate appearance music. And he had a following of people that got up and started doing the John Travolta. Playing disco.
He did a little disco dance yesterday once he got on the base pass.
He did. Now it all makes sense.
2-0 to Furniss. Furniss has a walk, a single, and a run scored. 2-0. Into the shift to Hernandez. The Rebels go in order in the 4th. We'll talk to Mike Bianco when we come back.
Jeff, you good?
Yeah, 1 sec.
Listen up. Jeff has a sore back, and it's the Rec League semifinal. Let's get our man back in the game. We got the ice, and we got the hot. Ice works fast, heat makes it last. Icy Hot, you're so back.
The new How to Train Your Dragon menu is now at BK. Get it before it disappears. Oh, toothless. Bold, tasty, and dangerously delicious. How to Train Your Dragon. Coming to theaters June 13th.
Joining us right now, Coach, so far back and forth game. Take us through what you've seen.
Well, just a lot of offense, but I don't think that's a surprise to anybody if you've been sitting in the stands or watching this regional. But 2 really good offenses going at it, and we got to keep swinging.
Coach, I've described this on the air as one of the most intense baseball games I've seen in a while. Almost feels like a football game, even your visits to the mound. What are you trying to do to get your team to match your intensity?
Oh, they're intense, believe me. Everybody knows what's on the line, and, you know, we've got a great atmosphere, obviously 12,000 people. We're in it. We just got to keep playing.
Coach, as you take a look here at your offense and the ability to put the ball in play here today, they've done some exceptional things here in the early stages of this game.
They have, but, you know, the reliever just came in, kind of a sinker slider guy, and we've rolled over some balls. So we got to get that ball up and get under the ball a little bit, not hit so many ground balls. But, you know, we'll get some swings.
Coach, we appreciate your time as always.
All right, guys, appreciate you.
Mike Bianco knows what's on the line here, a trip to the regional final. His team down by 2. Schaus, Burris, and Schmidt here for Georgia Tech. And there's a concept, shower well, as they look for another win. And this is a nubber hit by Schaus, and he is out to start up the inning. That concept, shower well, that's been the creed for this Ole Miss team. Win or lose, shower well and move on to the next thing.
Yeah, and they're going to need that. If their season's going to stay alive, they did a good job recovering after call it the upset loss to Murray State. Did a good job of recovering, and now if they're fortunate enough to win this game, they got to forget about it right away, wash it off, and get ready for the next game. That mantra could serve them well the remainder of this season.
And that number 42 is representative of the win they are looking for. 41-20 this season in search of win 42. That would propel them, in this case, to a regional final.
So you're telling me that they have a new shirt every time? Is that what it is? Did it start off at 42, the number, or was it? I don't know. Was it ever 41 in Shower Well? Then does it go to 42, then Shower Well, then 43?
I would have to think there is a Shower Well 43 ready to hang later on. That was yesterday.
Okay.
Looking for win 41. So they are prepared.
Spot on. Great job by Ben Ward, our producer.
2 balls and 2 strikes. We got an excellent tour here the first day prior to the regional starting of the facility here at Swayze Field. And it is no surprise that they have those shirts ready considering what they have going on here at this field and this outstanding facility.
They don't want, and pardon my grammar here, they don't want for nothing. These players don't want for nothing. I mean, the players' lounge, the locker room, the food.
The 3-2 to Drew Burress. Burress has another hit. So after the long search for a hit in the regional, he has back-to-back hits today.
Quality at bats, takes it to a 3-2 count, and just gets a ball that he can lace. That's a good sign for Georgia Tech. He can be the guy that stirs the drink for the Yellow Jackets.
25th multi-hit game this season for Drew Burress. And if he gets hot, that could propel this lineup into another dimension. They're already difficult to deal with as is in this regional, and he hasn't even gotten warm yet in terms of the bat. But 2 straight hits here. And he's on with 1 out in the top of the 5th inning.
And Kent Schmidt, who's had a great game. We talked about them being loaded and potent at the top of the lineup. Well, numbers don't lie.
Top 3 batters, 5 for 7. And a big part of that at the plate right now, Kent Schmidt. Schmidt with 2 home runs on the day. A 2-run homer in the first. A solo shot in the 4th. A 1-1 count to Schmidt, with Burress over at first base.
And that's the danger. You focus on Burress at first base and you hang a breaking ball. I mean, it's fortunate that Kent Schmidt didn't take that for a ride. This type of game, you got to kind of know teams aren't manufacturing runs, not moving runners over. I want my pitcher locked and loaded. We give you the pitch, get set, and give me your good stuff in pressure situations like this.
There are some interested spectators that have just entered the building, getting ready for the regional final tonight, as Murray State looming and lurking and ready for tonight at 7 Eastern.
They should have timed that entrance a little better. You want to come in between innings.
There's a strike to Schmidt. Almost need some entrance music for them, the way they've been swinging the bats.
But who am I to question Dan Sturcker and the job he's done? If he wants to come in the stadium right now, you come in the stadium right now.
Throw to hold Burress over at first base. They are, without question, one of the biggest stories of the tournament here in the regional round. Can they finish the job? 3-2. Up the middle, could be 2. On the back for 1 and 2.
The defense coming up with a big play, executing the double play.
Fire it up. The all-new Dragon Flame Grilled Whopper is here at BK. Bold, juicy, flame grilled, and ready for adventure. Experience a new kind of flame at Burger King. How to Train Your Dragon, coming to theaters June 13th.
When the monsters come, all you can do is scream.
You were the last person to see the president alive. Did you kill him?
They will never see us coming.
Better?
Yes, better.
Hidden Valley Ranch is made with real ingredients for real ranch flavor that's impossible to put into words. But that's pretty close. Indescribably delicious Hidden Valley Ranch.
The Women's College World Series heats up in OKC as softball's elite compete for their ticket to the championship series. The women
college baseball regionals for around-the-clock multi-game coverage. Scan the QR code below. ESPN Plus subscribers can access expanded coverage with Squeeze Play. Murray State getting ready for tonight's contest as that pitch is not in the zip code of Judd Utermark.
Got away from a breaking ball, only 66 miles an hour, but see, that just slipped. Maybe that was that knuckleball pitch that they've been trying to work on a little bit.
I don't know that Coach Hall, when we talked to him about it, was of similar thought process.
I've got nothing to validate my numbers or my suggestion, but I think Utermark operates a little bit better with the bases empty in terms of the long ball, the solo variety. So right now, he comes up with nobody on base. And this is where we've seen him hit a number of solo home runs this weekend.
Utermark hits it well out towards center field. Burrs back, it's gone! A home run for Judd Utermark and Jay Walker.
Somebody's going to listen to them. This weekend, they've been the solo shots, and he just operates a little bit better with his timing as he drops a bomb on Georgia Tech to make this a one-run game.
Home run 20 of the season for Utermark. Up to 66 RBIs now.
His power is real.
No question about that. And he has been one of the toughest outs in this regional.
What was that, 4 home runs, 5 RBIs? So, I mean, I'll tell you, he likes his bases clean. Nothing wrong with that. Like a nice suit. I want my suit, I want to look clean.
And Humphrey strikes out. Lackey will take the toss over to first base. But again, Judd Utermark impactful.
I mean, and he extends and he hits him to the deepest part of the yard. You know, you go 390 to dead center. That part there is probably 385, but once he connected, some of my new friends I met in the pregame get to celebrate. You know, I mean, here's how prepared they are out there in the student section. They've got coolers, and they're like, well, we're not going to drink the whole case, but, you know, we have to have something in case it goes up in the air.
Well, that's the thing. You need something in the cup. So, you know the vibes. If you're just joining us, we had a chance to go out there a little bit before the game started, and they were great. And it's one of the reasons why it's so tough to play here. They are loud throughout the course of the game, and this is a fan base that is engaged with their team.
When they get it going here, I mean, great facilities. Students are involved. The fan base is involved. Those people that have the seats close by. Knowledgeable baseball crowd. They're yelling, trying to get into it.
Barking.
And you got to think about it. I mean, those folks are 400 feet away, but they still going to make some noise out there in the student section.
Ball 4, and Smithwick is on. Hayden Federico heads to the plate. Federico doubled back in the first inning.
And now's the time I think you start getting somebody up in the bullpen for Georgia Tech. You know, as we heard from Coach Bianco, when they brought in Ballard, low sinker ball type pitcher, so they're going to make the adjustment, have their guys get underneath it a little bit more. And you got a guy coming out the bullpen that's a sinker ball down in the strike zone pitcher. When he starts operating higher in the strike zone, that's the danger zone. It's been a quality outing thus far from Carson Ballard. And I think you have to start looking at how much more he's got in this game.
2-0 to Federico.
Yeah, the signs are there. The signs are there, so when the third baseman walks over there, he's not doing it on his own. Somebody from the dugout told him, go talk to the pitcher, let's buy some time, let's try to calm him down a little bit so we can get somebody all set up in the bullpen, and we're starting to see some activity in the Georgia Tech bullpen.
You were a former pitcher. You know a thing or two about getting through games. Can that help serve as a reset when you get that visit, when maybe things are starting to wind on a little bit?
Depends on your emotional, mental state prior to the visit. And sometimes you're like, I know why you're here. Just go. You know, that when you're wound up some tight, sometimes they just say a joke to you to get you to relax.
Strike one to Federico. Austin Foley, one of the top home run threats for Ole Miss in the on-deck circle. Full count. They make some noise again at Swayze. fouled away. Smithwick was on the move.
3-2 count. They'll get him going, and just thought they sent him probably just to take away the inning-ending double play.
Now Mike Bianco.
I wonder if Federico might have hurt himself on that swing. Pretty aggressive hack.
He's taking some swings. We have talked about throughout the regional the issues that Ole Miss has dealt with in regards to right fielders. Ryan Moorman is still trying to get right after the collision in the SEC championship game. We have seen him in this tournament. Hayden Federico took a nasty bump off the fence on Friday night against Murray State. And that hit Federico, and he will go to first base. And they may want to take a look at this. There's some signaling from the Georgia Tech dugout that they want to look at this.
Yeah, because it looked as if Lackey was going to make that catch behind the plate. And surprised he didn't come up with that ball. Then I just saw the ball skip towards the third baseline. I mean, the contact was there. As a matter of where were the hands? I mean, he's all over the, he's all over the plate. He's in the strike zone.
Georgia Tech is challenging the ruling of a hit by pitch. The plays under further review.
His elbow pad is in the strike zone. I mean, crowding the plate and then keeps the hands out there. I'm looking at that ball's almost over the middle of the plate. I mean, you got rules and definition, but I don't know how you award him first base in that situation.
Georgia Tech used up both of their challenges in last night's game, but Danny Hall feels like he certainly has a case here based off of the replays we have seen.
I'm going with Coach Hall. You know, as I mentioned, I thought it looked like the catcher, the ball was going into the catcher's mitt when it was coming, and it got deflected by Federico's elbow pad.
Both coaches awaiting the call. So just a reset, if this stays in place, it will be runners at first and second base with one out. And if it does stay in place, that will be an advantage for Ole Miss from the standpoint of runners at first and second base with Austin Fawley, one of the team's most deadliest home run hitters, at the plate.
After review, the call on the field stands. Hit by pitch. Georgia Tech has charged a challenge and has one remaining.
That's a tough break right there. I mean, you throw a pitch that's over the plate, maybe slightly inside. You got to watch that in this game. That you would hope that would not become a factor in the finish of this game.
And here comes Danny Hall. Danny Hall not making any friends here in Oxford.
He doesn't care. He just wants to try and get a victory to keep his team in Oxford a little while longer.
2 on, 1 out. Austin Foley set to head up. But a pitching change first at Swayze Field. We'll tell you all about it in a moment. Georgia Tech with 2 on and 1 out to face Austin Foley.
Big Riley Stanford, 6'5", 240 pounds. He's got a big arm, can throw 97 miles an hour to go along with that slider. But that's why we call him Big Riley Stanford. Yeah.
Stanford facing a big challenge.
You know, and I think, let's hope this isn't a big factor in this game right now, but I mean, that pitch right there, hit by pitch with a guy hit his hands on the inside part of the plate, awarded first base instead of the strikeout. And now you got runners on first and second with just 1 out. I mean, that's a tough break from Georgia Tech. And, you know, I'd like to see the replay guys get involved. You know, normally I want them to get it right on the field. And can't blame the umpire behind the plate. He saw somebody get hit, but once you look at the video, where do you want the pitcher to throw the ball?
And that sets it up for Foley. Foley has an RBI single today. A pivotal moment perhaps in an 8-7 game. Georgia Tech out in front. They took the lead back in the 4th by scoring 4 runs. 2-0 to Foley. Here's a 2-0 from Stanford. Laid off, 3-0. Ball 4. Foley had to give it a beat just to make sure that wasn't a strike. And the bases are loaded.
Here go the rules about being hit by a pitch. And a lot, you know, the top ones, you know, if you're trying to move into the strike zone to get hit, then it's an automatic strike. But if you're outside of the box, then you just got to consider, okay, not doing so. But look at that bottom one. You can use the video to review the challenge. That video was there, and it showed no effort to get out of the way. Hands were over the plate, and it looks like it's going to have something to do with the rest of this inning.
It changes the complexion of the inning, without a doubt. 1-1 to Luke Chang. And this is a danger right now if you are Georgia Tech. Past Chang is the top of the order for Ole Miss. Fouled away. And now Chang behind here to Riley Stanford. Called third strike on Chang. And now there are 2 down.
What a big pitch. I mean, set him up with the fastball 97, then bust him hard on the inside portion of the plate. Timely strikeout. That's what you have to do. Take advantage of the number 9 hitter. Don't let him hurt you anymore. And you're 1 out, 1 pitch away from getting out of the inning. But it's going to be a tough battle against Mitchell Sanford.
Ball 1 to Sanford.
Sanford, one of those guys that has the flair for the dramatic. Hurts you so many ways. 17 home runs on the season from the leadoff position. This is his type of moment.
2-0. Nowhere to put Sanford. They appealed down the line, and it was deemed he did not go around. 3-0 to Mitchell Sanford. Tie game. So again, Jay, to go back to what we were talking about with that hit by pitch, the controversial call, it does come back to get Georgia Tech.
Yeah, at least 1 run. Unfortunately, it ties up this ball game. But with Luke Hill coming to the plate.
Hill swings at the first pitch. Playable out in shallow right field, and Alex Hernandez makes the catch, but Ole Miss ties it up at 8.
While they munch on Popeye's Crunch, Dante dreams away, missing out on all these new Louisiana flavor-rated wraps. Don't be like Dante.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
When the monsters come, all you can do is scream.
You were the last person to see the president alive. Did you kill him? They will never see us coming.
Better?
Yes, better.
The Women's College World Series on the networks of ESPN.
Let's go! The Rob Dwalishvili, the Sugar Show! Juliana Pena!
How are you going to beat me, Kayla?
Kayla Harrison,
I will be champion.
NCAA regional coverage for all 16 sites continues tomorrow on ESPN Plus and the ESPN app. For more information, visit ncaa.com, the home for all 90 NCAA championships. 8-8 ball game in an elimination game between Georgia Tech and Ole Miss, and it has been a thrill ride here at Swayze. Georgia Tech started with a 3-0 lead. Ole Miss countered with the next 6 runs in the game to grab a 6-3 lead, but Georgia Tech scored 5 runs in the 3rd and 4th inning to grab the lead, but Ole Miss has answered with 2 in the bottom of the 5th to tie the game.
Let me do a little wordplay, right? The fans here, they call them the Swayze Crazies. Well, I'm going to do a little wordplay and say the Swayze has been crazy. As we go to the mound with Mason Nichols. And this is something you got to take note of. He's been the Sunday starter for the Rebels all year, so they definitely were planning on using him this evening. But instead, they're going to bring him into the game right now when they tied it up. 3-2 on the year. Experienced. Last start battling an oblique type of injury, but it's his game. They want him to go out there and get the decision, putting it all on the line right now with Mason Nichols. You have to think he's capable of getting you at least to the 9th inning and possibly close it out if he can find some rhythm and shut down Georgia Tech.
He's the Sunday starter for Ole Miss. And they desperately need some effective innings from somebody out of the bullpen as the Rebels continue to try to find answers. One and one. The SEC championship game this year was Ole Miss against Vanderbilt. Ole Miss trying to stave off elimination today. Meanwhile, Vanderbilt in deep trouble, currently down to Wright State in the top of the 9th inning, 5-1. So the #1 overall seed could be on the way out of the tournament.
They have just not hit well. I mean, only 1 run in an elimination game. You're the #1 overall seed. 2 runs scored yesterday.
The 1-2 to Kyle Lodis. Missing high, 2-2. The winner of the Vanderbilt Regional will take on the winner of the Hattiesburg Regional.
Which is still up in the air, too.
Yes. Fouled away. Vanderbilt, by the way, has brought the tying run to the plate in the 9th. With the bases loaded. Down 5-1. 2-2. And Lodis does not like that. He gets punched out for out 1.
Was the pitch low or not? That's going to be one of the keys. Looked like he had a pretty good beat on the pitch. That's strike 3. That is a nice pitch on the outside. Crossed him at the knee. Downward slope.
Alex Hernandez takes a strike.
Another pitch on the outside portion of the plate, and that seems to be the sweet spot for pitchers right now. Going away. Umpire behind the plate's being generous. Yes.
Hernandez takes time.
I like the move by the coach. He's talking to Hernandez right there by the plate so that the umpire behind the plate can hear him talk to let him know his disapproval. That's Daniel Jimenez. But I thought that was a strike. You know, The location of that pitch, particularly that last one, was a perfect fastball in the outside corner.
Nichols with the advantage. But throws ball one.
And one of the things about Hernandez, where he lines up in the batter's box, he's pretty far away from the plate. Look, I mean, look at that. When he opens up. So where do you want to go? Makes it tough to go inside. So you want him to have to extend on the outside portion of the plate.
Swing and a miss. Hernandez strikes out, and he is frustrated.
And this is how you want to pitch it. You know, you talk about your approach to it. Well, they're setting up, they're going outside portion of the plate. Strike two, outside, same location, and then the swing and the miss, pitch them away outside. Quality pitches from Nichols.
2 down for Vaughn Lackey. Lackey has reached base twice, doubled. Back in the first inning, reached due to an error by Luke Chang in the third. 3-0. Ole Miss looking for their first 1-2-3 inning of this game. Won't get it there. Lackey drives that one into left field. So they cannot retire 3 straight batters.
And Lackey's a really, really interesting prospect. His athleticism behind the plate is something that's to be in awe of, but then the bat, the balance. When you talk about a guy that's hitting over 340, plays good defense behind the plate. I'm going to call him great on the base pass. Not good, but great on the base pass. The ability to steal bases. And right now with 2 outs, I'd look to send him. If he can get a good jump, get him in scoring position.
He can move over there at first base. There's a ball to Caleb Daniel. Daniel had a big 2-run double back in the fourth.
And I think you're at the point in the game where you got to start playing for every run. We've seen the coaches rely on the extra base hit and the home run. But you got to start moving runners over, getting them in scoring position to take advantage.
And that gets away, allowing Lackey to go to second base.
Well, they did the job for you. No need to steal the base. And now Caleb Daniel, who had a big double his last time up, with another runner in scoring position.
By the way, Vanderbilt has cut that to a 5-3 lead. Still up in the 9th. Two, 1, make it 2-2. Mason Nichols trying to avoid a further incident with this Georgia Tech offense. Breaking ball, sneaks by Unimark. Here comes Lackey. Georgia Tech regains the lead, 9-8.
What a crazy ball game. I mean, this ball's hit so tight between the shortstop and the second baseman with good speed on first. You're like, if it gets through, just not able to get there. But Unimark is a big second baseman, 6'5", extended all the way out, not able to keep that ball in the infield to keep her running from crossing the plate.
3 RBIs now today for Caleb Daniel. Part of this young team that is primarily freshmen and sophomores. The 1-0 to Carson Curse is a strike, 1-1. 5-4 Wright State over Vanderbilt.
Final?
Not yet. 2 down in the 9th for Wright State, but they need 1 more out. That one over the head of Curse. Daniel to second.
Well, if Vanderbilt ties that game, they're going to win it. I mean, you know, you can't blow 9th inning leads against a team like Vanderbilt.
Update, it is final. Wright State eliminates Vanderbilt. The #1 overall seed is gone.
Wright State. And I know college sports, but what conference do they represent? The Horizon League.
Yes.
Making a huge impact in this year's college baseball tournament. And what about the Missouri Valley?
We know all about the Missouri Valley Conference in this regional. Murray State set to do their thing later. 3-1. Strike 2. A historic win for Wright State as they knock out the overall #1 seed. But here, a 3-2 count, fouled away. We have seen a lot of pitches today. Coming up, 299.
Wow.
The turn, and Unimark can't do too much there with Daniel. Three-two. Got him. However, Georgia Tech gets the lead back. They're up 9-8.
Your brain with Allegra versus some allergy medications during rush hour. Some allergy medications can make you drowsy. But Allegra is different. Traffic jam? We got this.
Woo! We're nailing it.
Yeah, come on. Like a boss. Right on time.
Allegra is fast 24-hour allergy relief with 0% brain interference, so you can use it even when you're driving. It's a no-brainer.
Fire it up. The all-new Dragon Flame Grilled Whopper is here at BK. Bold, juicy, flame grilled, and ready for adventure. Experience a new kind of flame at Burger King. How to Train Your Dragon, coming to theaters June 13th.
Let's go! The Rob Dwalishvili, the Sugar Show! Juliana Pena!
How are you going to beat me, Kayla?
Kayla Harrison!
I will be champion.
The Wright State Raiders pulling off a historic victory. They defeat the national #1 seed Vanderbilt 5-4. Griffin Page, a tremendous outing, and they will face Louisville in the Nashville Regional tonight. For Vanderbilt, they are the first national #1 seed to miss the regional final.
Hats off to Wright State. The boys from Ohio taking down #1.
Here's Will Furness to start up the inning. 9-8 lead for Georgia Tech. Swing and a miss by Furness, and it's a reminder that as much as you try to connect the dots from the regular season to the postseason tournaments, conference play to regional play, it's its own universe. 1-1.
You know, and to back that up, I was in Birmingham. We were in Birmingham a week ago calling the SWAC championship, and the SEC tournament was taking place in Hoover. Where I was staying, there were a number of LSU fans so upset that LSU didn't have a better showing. They thought they should have made it to the championship. And the LSU coach is like, hey, I'm playing for a national championship. They didn't really like that idea because they're like, we traveled so far to see our boys play in the championship. But it just lets you know, who would you rather be? Would you rather be Vanderbilt, who won the SEC, or would you rather be LSU, who's still alive in the postseason?
LSU is in the regional final. What a bitter end to the run. A great season for Vanderbilt. Ball 4 and a leadoff walk drawn by Will Furness. Here's a look at the national seeds that have been eliminated thus far. Vanderbilt, we talked about. Georgia went out earlier. The winner of that Athens Regional will play the winner of this Oxford Regional. Clemson also eliminated earlier today by Kentucky. Oregon losing as well. Ole Miss trying to make sure they don't join that list.
And out of those, Oregon, I mean, that's a shocker. They went out in 2 straight. They were, as soon as the postseason played, they were hosting a regional, and they lose their first 2 games. Not a good postseason for the Ducks.
And here's a meeting at the mound. Now, you talked about Judd Utermark with nobody on. Very dangerous. Here he has Will Furness on. How about the approach both sides?
Well, I mean, I think, you know, Furness is not a threat to steal. So I don't think you'll see a lot of moves going over to first base. So that being the case, that allows Utermark an opportunity to focus just on the pitcher, because the pitcher's probably going to give him a lot of attention. But this is what we're talking about. Utermark, when he gets full extension out there, he's been pummeling the baseball all over the stadium. Most of those have been solo home runs.
Already 4 homers in this regional. And then before the regional started, he had not homered in 5 straight games. As the long meeting at the mound for Georgia Tech finally broken up, and now Utermark will step in with a runner on in a 1-run game. Georgia Tech trying to eliminate the 10th national seed. Ball one. Utermark pops this one in the air, drifting foul.
Unfortunately for Sanford, he's got to challenge him because he hasn't really looked good in this game since he entered top of the inning. First batter he faced, he walked and starts off with a ball that wasn't even close. Now that he's thrown a strike, maybe he can settle down and start to mix it up and find better placement of the pitches.
Utermark with a hot one off the bat. And he's behind here, 1 ball and 2 strikes. High drive out to Burris in center, but he's there.
Didn't quite get it all. Exit speed 95 miles an hour off the bat. But still, he's one of those edge of your seat type hitters where every time he's at the plate, you're on the edge of your seat thinking he's going to do something special. But the job gets no easier. You get by Utermark, and now you've got Isaac Humphrey, the lefty, who already has a home run today.
He has 4 RBIs in this game. The 3-run homer, as you mentioned, also has a sac fly RBI as well. But he did strike out in his last at bat in the 5th. Chopper over to short, and it gets into the outfield. So we've seen defensive issues for Ole Miss. Now it is Georgia Tech. 1st and 3rd, 1 out.
Thought it was going to be an inning-ending double play, but the one extra bop off the ground goes into the outfield. And instead of the inning being over for the Rebels, it's very much alive with runners on 1st and 3rd and just an out.
That error will be charged to Kyle Lodice. Looked like he had an opportunity there for perhaps a double play. Instead, runners at 1st and 3rd. Campbell Smithwick, the DH.
Still going with the shift, even with the runner on 3rd base. Pretty much conceding the double play.
0-2. And if you're Smithwick here, you just want to make some contact.
As deep as they are, any type of contact should score the runner from 3rd.
And he strikes out.
Wow, not able to catch up to him, just threw it by him. Low swing and miss pitch.
Some low heat from Riley Stanford. And now Hayden Federico will attempt to tie this game up. Runners at 1st and 3rd. Federico had that controversial at bat in the 5th where he was hit by a pitch. It got challenged by Danny Hall of Georgia Tech. But it was deemed that Federico did get hit by the pitch, and that eventually led to a run scoring in the inning that allowed the game to get tied up at 8. Ground ball. This is into right field for a base hit. We are tied up again as Humphrey almost went a little bit too wide past that base. It's an RBI hit for Hayden Federico. 9-9.
You know, the key play this inning, this should have been an inning double play. Instead, it's an error. And as we've seen all weekend, when people get on base with errors, timely hitting to make the opposing team pay. We're tied up once again in this ball game.
Austin Foley with 2 on.
This is danger zone time right now.
Absolutely. Strike 1.
Foley's got 19 home runs from the catcher position.
Ooh. 0-2. By the way, that is an unearned run given up by Stanford. The 0-2 pitch to Foley with 2 on. Good dig there by Vaughn Lackey. Jay, you talked about his reflexes yesterday.
Cat-like. Good quickness and good hand-eye coordination.
Foley ropes this one into left field, but just foul. Swayze Field was ready to come unglued.
This ball was just hooking all the way. It looked very much so like it was going to stay in play. But at the end, missed by about a foot.
One and 2 count to Austin Foley. Strikes out to finish off the 6th. So Ole Miss strands a pair of runners, but they tie the game up at 9. Some big time gas.
Your brain with Allegra versus some allergy medications during rush hour. Some allergy medications can make you drowsy. But Allegra is different. Traffic jam? We got this.
Woo! We're nailing it.
Yeah, come on. Like a boss. Right on time.
Allegra is fast 24-hour allergy relief with 0% brain interference, so you can use it even when you're driving. It's a no-brainer.
Guess I won't be making my famous burgers.
Text everyone to cancel. The Rivera say it's not even raining at their house.
Aren't they like 2 blocks away? It is coming down out here.
It really is.
That was cheese.
Yes, it was.
Keep walking, Marge.
I bet this is a microstorm.
What's a microstorm?
I don't actually know.
Welcome back to the NCAA Baseball Regionals presented by Capital One. Welcome back to Oxford, Mississippi. The winner of this contest between Ole Miss and Georgia Tech will get the Murray State Racers, who have arrived into the building. The 10th 4th seed to start 2-0 in the current regional format. 6 of the previous 9 ended up winning the regional. And Murray State trying to join that list of successful 4 seeds. Drew Rogers leads it off for Georgia Tech. It will be Rogers, Schaus, and then flip to the top of the order for Drew Burris.
When you think about those numbers, I mean, every year there's 16 regional sites out there. You've only had it done 10 times. I mean, 16 teams a year have an opportunity to crack that list. Since 1999, it's only happened 10 times. So regardless of what happens, hats off to the Racers.
Strike 2. Another great crowd on hand here today. 11,620 people, most of which here to see if Ole Miss can end Georgia Tech's season and join Murray State in the regional final.
I like how you worded that, most here to see if they can do it. Georgia Tech's got some folks here, though. Contingent came over from Atlanta.
And Rogers fouls that one away. It's a 3rd straight crowd of 11,000 plus here at Swayze in the regional.
Out there in the outfield with the lawn chairs, barbecue grills.
2-2. Did he go around? He did not. And that will run the count full.
And I'm thinking back to that number you gave. So 6 of those 10 have gone on to advance. And I think
6 of the 9.
6 of the 9 have gone on to advance. Right, Murray State became 10. I think one of them won it all. Put you on the spot. If I'm correct, I believe, wasn't Fresno State a 4 seed the year they won it all for the World Series?
I believe you are correct.
Is Fresno State on that list?
They are on that list in 2008.
Ah, see?
The last team, by the way, we talked about the 3 teams that did not get out of the regional. 2023 Penn started 2-0, but didn't get out of their regional. 3-2, hit well, but hook foul. There's a list of the 4 seeds advancing to Supers since 2004.
Look, that's like mid-major galore right there.
Evansville ran into Tennessee last year.
Yeah, Davidson, I called that one. Davidson ran into Texas A&M in the Supers, but took them to a great matchup.
And a leadoff walk as Drew Rogers is on for Connor Schaus.
Leadoff walks, and we know that's the one thing that's been under the skin of Coach Bianco for Ole Miss today. He's had very short temper for walks.
Bunt by Schaus. Very good bunt. Foley fields it, makes a throw in time for the out. And how about some small ball? We talked about bunting being out of style, it seems like, in this regional, but there's one.
I mean, absolutely. You start getting later in the game, and I said it around the 6th inning. You got to start thinking about moving runners and allowing base hits to count more. Good job by Schaus of putting a good bunt down the first base line, able to move the runner.
And it sets up Georgia Tech with a chance to take the lead again with two hitters who have been amazing today in Drew Burress and Kent Schmidt. First, it'll be Burress.
And you take your chances. One of your best hitters can get the base hit for you. Schmidt's had a hot bat today. And then Burress, who's had 2 quality at bats his last 2 times up.
Ball 1. Burress singled back in the 5th, but homered in the 4th. His first hit of the regional, and he leads the ACC in extra base hits this season. 1-1. Ball 2 as the fans continue to grow restless.
Close one there. But now, this is Burress territory. Works it to a 2-1 count. Hitters count.
In the dirt, Rogers takes a little bit of a lead but gets back. 3 balls and 1 strike to Drew Burress. The top 3 in Georgia Tech's order has been tremendous today. 5 for 9, 4 home runs, 6 runs, and 5 RBIs.
Put him on base. Don't give him a pitch to hit in this situation. First base is open with a dangerous hitter like Burress.
3-1 and foul.
You're playing with fire. You're playing with fire. 3-1 count. I would not have given him a pitch that good. And I understand why Danny Hall gave Burress the green light. That pitch was 109 off of the bats. All that being said, 3-2. Now you go after him.
Nichols throws wide for ball 4. And now Kent Schmidt heads to the plate.
They had 2 walks this inning, and we know that. The first walk, Bianco let it slide. You give the second one, he's going to make a trip to the mound.
Another pitching change for Ole Miss as they continue to try to find some answers in the bullpen. 9 all with 2 on and 1 out here in the top of the 7th.
When your family feels protected under our roof, they're free to dream. And you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. Customize what you pay with Drive My Way. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Your brain with Allegra versus some allergy medications during rush hour. Some allergy medications can make you drowsy. But Allegra is different. Traffic jam? We got this.
Woo! We're nailing it.
Yeah, come on. Like a boss. Right on time.
Allegra is fast 24-hour allergy relief with 0% brain interference, so you can use it even when you're driving. It's a no-brainer.
The new How to Train Your Dragon menu is now at BK. Get it before it disappears. Oh, toothless. Bold, tasty, and dangerously delicious. How to Train Your Dragon. Coming to theaters June 13th.
Will McCausland will face Kent Schmidt in a moment, and Schmidt has had himself a day. 2 home runs, including a home run back in the 1st, which was a 2-run shot. He followed that up with a solo shot in the 4th. And a little smooch in the stands for the Georgia Tech faithful. And there is the famous bat of Kent Schmidt, who picked up the vibes this year with the hot dog emblazoned on his bat. He has earned the nickname the Glizzy Gladiator. And he has smoked some pitches here today. Will McCausland will make his second appearance in regional play. He was a part of the bullpen effort on Friday against Murray State.
And you see the strikeout to walk ratio, very impressive. They really like McCausland, what he brings to the table. Dependable fastball, cut fastball, curveball, and a changeup. The transfer from St. Joe's takes the mound with a tie ball game and 2 runners on base.
Another pitcher in for the Rebels. Schmidt committed 0-1. We have seen the back end of this bullpen for Ole Miss struggle to get outs in this regional. 0-2. But they need the back end of their bullpen to deliver some outs here if they want to get to the regional final. And now time call. Two on, 1 out for Schmidt. He strikes out.
Take a look at this pitch. Perfect. Good pitch, downward tilt. Will help framing it behind the plate. Big time strikeout, much needed for Ole Miss.
So that time around, Schmidt not able to do much with that hot dog bat. We'll go back into the dugout and await perhaps another turn down the line. Here's Kyle Lodies. Lodies struck out looking in the 6th. The appeal, and Lodies did not go.
Let's take a look and see. Nah, that's not even close. And give credit to the umpires down the line. They've been accurate. They haven't missed on any.
1-1 pitch. Inside and fouled away. Nine. Seventh inning. 1-2. Ball 2 on Kyle Lodies.
Just a bit outside. I really do like the way McCausland's come in here and had command of his pitches.
Swing and a miss. Lodies goes down. McCausland puts out the fire for the Rebels.
Stay around the strike zone, and something like this, that could be the spark of energy that Ole Miss needs to deal with this Georgia Tech baseball team.
Feel protected under our roof, so your family can dream fearlessly. Bundle life and save up to 25% on home and auto. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Jeff, you good?
Yeah, 1 sec. Listen up. Jeff has a sore back, and it's the Rec League semifinal. Let's get our man back in the game. We got the ice, and we got the hot. Ice works fast, heat makes it last. Icy Hot, you're so back.
Excuse me. Play you for those ultras?
Well, we're kind of high level.
Fascinating.
Play you for those ultras? Ultras? Ultras?
They got ultras. I smell ultra.
That was fun.
Fire it up.
The all-new Dragon Flame Grilled Whopper is here at BK. Bold, juicy, flame grilled, and ready for adventure. Experience a new kind of flame at Burger King.
Sites right here on Squeeze Play Live. If there are home runs or big plays, you will not miss. Let's lose our minds.
Well, that's one way to get the party started.
That's a bad flip. Get used to that this weekend. Now, this is your one-stop shop for everything Road to Omaha.
ESPN is a home for the NCAA College Baseball Regionals. For around-the-clock multi-game coverage, scan the QR code below. ESPN Plus subscribers can access expanded coverage with Squeeze Play. One of the neat things that happened when we were doing the open of this game out in right field, if you go back around right near the right field foul pole, as it's fouled away, the grounds crew had set up a big screen TV that was showing Squeeze Play.
So Chris and Kevin and Miss Budden, they're even more popular now doing the Squeeze Play stuff, making more fans.
Oh, of course.
Rooney's already got a big head, doesn't need to get any bigger. My man Rooney. You know, in between the innings, we were saying, I think we both kind of agreed, I think Ole Miss might have found their pitcher they need, McLaughlin. And if they can get some runs right now, things could get very tight on the Yellow Jackets.
Well, a very intriguing plot point developing here. Mason Patel is in the game for Georgia Tech. He pitched yesterday in the loss. Chang with a chopper over to third for Kurtz. Kurtz with a throw, and it is in time.
Big out there. Great job playing in position by Kurtz. Getting that leadoff runner. Now, not easy. This ball hung in the air for a long time. Fielded it cleanly, made the throw, no wasted motion. And going back to Patel being in the game, I mean, that was the guy that Coach Hall told me he didn't think would be available for him. He said, you know, we got most of our guys out there, won't see Patel. Well, desperate times call for desperate measures. And we're seeing Patel.
Mitchell Sanford. This will be a tough play for Lodi's, and he can't make it. Mason Patel making his 23rd appearance this season, 11-1 on the year. He pitched yesterday, and remember, that was an evening game. 3 innings pitched, gave up 4 earned runs. He threw 63 pitches in the game.
Yeah, got a good fastball, ice water in his veins. No moment is too big for him. You see he's got the ability to close it out as well as win the ball game, plus changeup. I think that's probably why they decided to go with him, to throw a number of off-speed pitches. We'll see what the fastball velocity is, if he's going to touch 90 or not. Normally, yesterday, he was piping balls 92, 93.
All ACC's second team facing the dangerous Luke Hill. Sanford takes off. Lackey with a throw, and it is not in time. Sanford has a stolen base. He's in scoring position with 1 out.
Told you that Sanford, he got that flash, the flair for the dramatic, gets on base with the single, then steals it. Good jump. He's almost peeking back as if that was a hit and run.
Fouled away by Hill. That's the first stolen base of the game for the Rebels. For Hill, a double, RBI single, a couple of runs scored. He was a part of that big push for Ole Miss in the first 2 innings. Jay, your thoughts here on Patel, and how long can you realistically go with him? 63 pitches. And, you know, if you're thinking, well, what about later? You can't worry about later until you get there.
Get him to the 9th. You know, if he can give you the 7th and 8th, and then the 9th inning, if it's up in the air, you want to find somebody else.
And Patel strikes out Luke Hill for the 2nd out.
And depending on how effective his changeup is going to be, the off-speed stuff, which really doesn't take a lot out of your arm. That's a nice little downward pitch there. But we've seen, you know, postseason, you want your guys on the mound.
Will Furniss will have an opportunity to give Ole Miss a lead. And Furniss drives it into right center. Ole Miss back on top, 10-9. An RBI hit for Furniss.
Got one, and actually probably the hardest hit ball he's hit this weekend into the gap. Good job by Burris to track it down and keep it to just a single. Ole Miss back on top.
First pitch to Unimark, and it is hit high in the air, but out of play. Unimark with a solo home run back in the 5th inning. Ground ball over to Kearse. Kearse with the scoop, the throw, and the out. But the lead back to the Rebels thanks to Will Furniss.
When your family feels protected under our roof, they're free to dream. And you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. Customize what you pay with Drive My Way. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Check-in time is 3.
It's 2:55.
I know.
Is this what he's doing now?
As your host, I have some rules. First, no showers longer than 5 minutes. This isn't a spa. No games, no fun.
Yes, Coach.
Meanwhile, at a Verbo, you always have your vacation home to yourself. Make it a Verbo.
When the monsters come, all you can do is scream.
You were the last person to see the president alive. Did you kill him?
They will never see us coming.
Better?
Yes, better.
The WNBA on ESPN. We can't get enough.
The NCAA Baseball Regionals are presented by Capital One. What's in your wallet? Our good buddy Shane Sanford out on the grill throughout the last few days. Had another burger today. It was sensational.
I mean, burgers off the grill, it's pretty hard to mess those up, but Shane does do a good job with it.
Top of the 8th inning. with Ole Miss clinging to a 1-run lead. Hernandez with a ground ball over to third, fielded by Hill, fires to first base, 1 out.
This is the time where if you're Ole Miss, you don't want to start pressing, but you can feel it. I mean, they're down by 1. We know their production comes from the top half of the lineup. And right now, this is the 5-hole hitter. If Georgia Tech has to rely on hitters 7, 8, 9 in the 9th inning, things could be tight for the Yellow Jackets. And I say all that to say, I think that Ole Miss has finally found their guy on the mound. McClawson came in from the bullpen, dealing strikes, striking out hitters. They feel comfortable with him, and he's got the ability to close this thing out for them.
Breaking ball, there's a strike. The other thing to consider in that point you just brought up, you get to the back of the order, or the back of the batting order, that is, you want to try to avoid it getting flipped at some point in the 9th to the top, where Burris and Schmidt have been problematic today for the pitching staff of Ole Miss. Lackey has been on base 3 times today. He has 2 hits. And something's going on here. He's a little dinged up there. He's walking back awkwardly.
Oh, yeah. The fans here see him getting some water. He's trying to get some fluids in him. I mean, today's been the hottest day of the 3 thus far. He's done a good job.
And he also, yes, there it is. He's also the catcher. It's an 81-degree day, so it is not easy to navigate. 1-2. Just got a piece of it.
I think the people behind the home plate forgot there was a net there. It happens. I've seen you jump a couple times this weekend, Jeff.
Did he go? He did. Two outs in the 8th.
Oh, whoa. That one there, pretty subjective. We've seen others get away with that. You think he went?
It's very, very, very close.
That's yes or no?
I have to see more. I would like to see more.
Oh, Ben, we're going to show that again. Keep Derek on the spot. I'm willing to say I don't think he went. But sometimes I gave the umpires credit down the line. All day they've been getting them right. I think they missed on that one.
There's a strike to Caleb Daniel. Daniel 2 for 4, 3 RBIs today. A standout day for the freshman. The 1-1 check swing, fouled away.
And they really need base runners just to ensure that they can try to get to the top half of their lineup in the 9th.
They need somebody to get on here. Not necessarily now, but when they get to the 9th, they'll need a little help to get back to the top of the order. Ground ball into the shift. Udemark has a beat on it. On to the bottom of the 8th. 10-9 lead for Ole Miss.
building your own American Family Insurance roof line?
Yeah, life's better when you're protected under American Family's roof.
That's not how it works. See, that's how it works.
Save up to 23% by bundling your home and auto with us.
Jeff, you good?
Yeah, 1 sec.
Listen up. Jeff has a sore back, and it's the Rec League semifinal. Let's get our man back in the game. We got the ice, and we got the hot. Ice works fast, heat makes it last. Icy Hot, you're so back.
The new How to Train Your Dragon menu is now at BK. Get it before it disappears. Oh, toothless. Bold, tasty, and dangerously delicious. How to Train Your Dragon. Coming to theaters June 13th.
When the monsters come, all you can do is scream.
You were the last person to see the president alive. Did you kill him?
They will never see us coming.
Better?
Yes, better.
Who may have 3 outs left in his coaching career with Georgia Tech, and in between innings, he was fired up over this call.
That's a check swing, and I mean that's not a strike. That's not a strike. Umpires aren't perfect, but they got caught up in it.
I have to agree with you, partner.
Yeah, they missed. I mean, how does that happen? Umpire got caught up in the emotion of the crowd. But that's tough right there. Danny Hall's got a right to be upset about that.
Isaac Humphrey will lead it off for Ole Miss. Ole Miss now looking for some insurance runs. Here in the bottom of the 8th, the winningest active head coaches, Danny Hall second with 1,453 wins in his coaching career.
Been classy and has coached some legendary players, not just in college, but those that have gone on to have tremendous major league success.
Mason Patel back out. Patel.
That should have been a clock violation. Yeah.
And there it is. That's a violation. Lackey thought he had asked for time, and here's Danny Hall again.
I mean, if the catcher asks for time, they're granted 1 per batter. The catcher's right there. How do you not grant him time? You see Hall saying timeout. You get called for timeout.
Ole Miss fans hoping to see him tossed. But Hall back to the dugout after the explanation.
I mean, you got to correct that. Let's see. He's saying time, time, time. You're saying no. Oh, wow. How do you not do that? That is probably the 3rd thing that has not gone.
Line drive. Fielded over at first base by Schmidt. Steps on the bag. 1 out. Coach Hall with an amazing coaching career that has been a part of tremendous teams. And Jay, let's talk about your Gimme 5.
Best players coached by Danny Hall. We had a little conversation about it. Brad Rigby was his choice. He said, Brad's got to be on that list somewhere. How about Jay Payton, Mark Teixeira, Matt Wieters was dominant, Nomar and Veritek. He didn't want to go in order. I'm not going in order. But I think that's pretty accurate. But I got the numeric order of that. And I'm sure there's others that have been bypassed that we wish we could have put on the list.
Smithwick pops this one out in the air to right, and it's gone! Shower time again amazing. This place has been rocking since the first pitch, and they have hung in there with this team that has now seized a 2-run lead off the 5th home run of the season by Campbell Smithwick.
The bomb squad they hit home runs. You just know it's coming. They strike out a lot, but they hit home runs a lot.
This is another hard hit ball. This is the right field. It drops for a hit. Federico makes the turn to head to second base. He is in with a double. Mason Patel, who went 3 innings yesterday, is getting tattooed by this Ole Miss lineup now as Hayden Federico appears to be shaken up. Oh my goodness.
Hey, young fella, pace yourself. Looks like they may have another game this evening. But Federico with the hustle. Nothing really said go for 2, turned into a double. But there was not a sense of urgency by the outfielder to track this ball down, and Federico made him pay.
We did not see that gentleman earlier when we were out there, out in right field.
We did. He just had his shirt on.
Yeah, good point.
Coach Hall's going to go to the mound. He kind of knew it was a stretch.
Federico went into that bag hard. And after the celebration, he needed to gather himself. Meanwhile, for Georgia Tech, Mason Patel could not hang on. 1 out in the bottom of the 8th. The runner on. A 2-run lead for the Rebels.
Feel protected under our roof, so your family can dream fearlessly. Bundle life and save up to 25% on home and auto. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
In your neighborhood, there's a place so good. It's so nice to be at a store meant for me.
All natural chicken hindquarters are just 99 cents a pound. Deli shaved ham is only $4.98 a pound. Capri Sun or Kool-Aid Jammers are just $2.48. Sara Lee buttered bread is 2 for only $5.
Welcome to Fairway, your Fairway family.
To 11-9 in an elimination game. The winner will play Murray State in the regional final after what has been an intense game. The winner will have to have something left in the tank for the Racers coming up tonight.
Both teams laying it out on the line, but we saw late Ole Miss start to take control and momentum in this game at the right time. We talked about them having the ability to stalk their opponents. They've been hanging close, and then get a crooked number to get it going. And what a game we've seen in Murray State. They're going to play a pretty beat-up team, whoever it may be.
Whoever it is will have to beat Murray State twice. They will have to win tonight and then to force a 7th game on Monday. They will have to win that as well to go to the Super Regionals. It'll be the freshman Connor Ciccoli making his 14th appearance on the year, and he is put in a tricky spot here with the runner on, Jay.
Runner on second base, but his job is just to get out of this inning. Don't let them increase it. Very live arm, hard thrower. Just come in, throw strikes, go after the hitter. We'll see if the moment's too big for the freshman.
Many moons ago, those Georgia Tech fans were much happier when their team had a 3-0 lead, then scored 4 in the top of the 4th after falling behind 6-3. But the bats of Ole Miss have been overwhelming. This is Austin Fawley in at the plate.
Showing some respect to Fawley, who's got 19 home runs on the year, batting in the 8th position of the lineup, pitching him backwards, starting with an off-speed pitch first before he shows him the fastball.
Fawley fouls this one away. You want to talk about the difficulty that the pitchers have had today. There has not been a complete inning that has gone scoreless. There's been at least 1 run in a half of an inning throughout the course of this game.
It's been brutal out there. Very intense baseball game, and you kind of have a feeling there may be a little bit more drama before it's over with. I thought he struck him out there with that breaking ball.
One, two. Called third strike, and Fawley goes down with a second out.
Yeah, he showed him that big looping breaking ball in the previous pitch. Didn't get that strikeout, but that last pitch was some gas. Outside portion of the plate for the big strikeout.
Luke Chang with a runner on second base, 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. Curveball missing. 2 strikeouts today for Chang. Despite Chang's struggles, Ole Miss has gotten production out of the bottom of their order today. As Chang a little bit out in front of that pitch. Federico, who's at second base, has 3 hits today. Fawley has an RBI hit. Two and one. Just pulled foul. As the count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes to Luke Chang.
Well, you think they're up by 2, 2-2 count. Chang, the number 9 hitter. But in this part of the game, Chang just wants to extend the inning so they can get back to the top and maybe allow Sanford one more at bat in this game to try and give him some more insurance runs.
2-2. Did he go around? He did not. And Danny Hall is laughing and smiling at that call.
Let's take a look here.
Didn't look like Chang went around there, but he strikes out. 3 more outs potentially left in the season and the coaching career of Danny Hall and for Georgia Tech.
While they munch on Popeye's Crunch, Dante dreams away, missing out on all these new Louisiana flavor-rated wraps. Don't be like Dante.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Jeff, you good?
Yeah, 1 sec.
Listen up. Jeff has a sore back, and it's the Rec League semifinal. Let's get our man back in the game. We got the ice, and we got the hot. Ice works fast, heat makes it last. Icy Hot, you're so back.
The Women's College World Series heats up in OKC as softball's elite compete for their ticket to the championship series. The Women's College World Series continues through June 6th on the networks of ESPN.
Will McCausland will try to close the door on Georgia Tech. He threw 33 pitches on Friday, up to 19 here, and he will face 7, 8, and 9 for Georgia Tech. And the key, perhaps, for McCausland is getting them in order, because if Georgia Tech can get somebody on, that potentially opens the door for the tying run to come to the plate and potentially the top of the order. There's a strike to Carson Kearse.
And I think McCausland's been the big factor for Ole Miss. He came in the bullpen, from the bullpen, throwing strikes, got out of a jam. He's not walked anybody. He's been calm, cool, and collected.
Drifting first base side, but out of play. Danny Hall, in his 32nd season as the head coach of Georgia Tech, hoping his team has a little more magic left in the top of the 9th inning, down by 2. Coach Hall announced his retirement, was honored in the regular season finale at home at Georgia Tech. Two and 2. And he wants to see his team get something going here in the 9th. Ground ball over to Hill, fields it, throws it, 1 out. Drew Rogers, who has not been the easiest of outs, will step in. Ole Miss this season 30-3 when leading after 8. Rogers 0 for 2 today, has been on base twice, hit by a pitch and a walk. One ball and 1 strike to Drew Rogers.
Just look at the demeanor of McCausland on the mound. He's just smooth. Dialed in, focused, blocking out all the outside elements.
This is what Mike Bianco has been looking for out of his bullpen.
You get a lot of noise, a lot of crowd, you tend to overthrow, but that's not been the case for McLaughlin. Able to stay focused and dialed in, even with the crowd noise.
Ground ball over to Chang, backhands it. Chang fires, and it gets away. And that opens the door, potentially, for the top of the order.
The ball hit deep in the hole, and second time we've seen the throw from Chang where he short hopped it by a lot. And that's the one thing you cannot afford to do.
And that'll be another error on Luke Chang. And that will bring in Connor Schaus.
Schaus was used as a pinch hitter last night and delivered in the starting lineup today. Yet to get a hit.
The 9-hole hitter. Ball one. He showed bunt there. I'm not sure why you would give up an out.
Now they want,
but they want the top of the order.
They want to make sure he doesn't hit into a double play. Get the, I mean, they're playing it very close to the vest. They're willing to take a chance. They want to ensure Burris gets the at bat.
And there's the bunt.
Nobody's
there to cover.
Whoa. I told you that there seemed to be something was going to build. This wasn't going to be a quiet ending to this game. Things have been crazy here at Swayze. And Furness, because of the location of the bunt, blocks the angle that his pitcher can go to cover. Oh boy.
And Mike Bianco will make a pitching change. Will McCausland pitched well, but an error and an infield single has put 2 runners on, and the go-ahead run will head to the plate, and it has been flipped to the top of the order. As we'll see another pitching change, and it will be Connor Spencer who heads in.
And you know, and I don't think this is going after McCausland thinking he didn't do his job. It's just a matter of Spencer's been your closer all season long. And they've got life, and he doesn't want McCausland to have to see these guys again. He's already seen Burris once, and with Schmidt coming up, give him something fresh to look at.
Connor Spencer, who has appeared already in this regional, made an appearance yesterday, and he also made an appearance on Friday. Now for today's Capital One rewarding performance. The Bats of Ole Miss taking care of business with the home runs.
And also putting 11 runs on the board. Is that enough? But a team that's called affectionately the Bomb Squad, they were dropping bombs today. But right now, that's a rewarding performance. But if this top half of the Georgia Tech lineup can deliver once again, we may have to revisit that. The number there, you see the numbers on the season, 7. 7 saves on the season. This is what you go to your closer for.
And this is what is potentially dangerous for Ole Miss. The next 3 batters, in particular, the top 3 batters for Georgia Tech have all homered today. Burris in the 4th, Schmidt in the 1st and the 4th, and Lodi's in the 1st. But if you're Ole Miss, you're hoping it doesn't get that far. But Drew Burris has picked up the scent here today. A solo homer, 2 walks and 2 runs, couple of hits.
This is going to be fun to watch right here. Spencer, an electric arm, 97-mile-an-hour fastball, along with a split finger and a slider. Going at it. This will be a battle for the ages right here with so much riding.
Parker Brocious is in as a pinch runner. He's at second base. Low for a ball, 1-1. Kent Schmidt is in the on-deck circle, but Burris represents the go-ahead run. This one hit out to right field, playable. Federico has it. Moving to third base is Brocious, 2 outs. And it'll be up to Kent Schmidt to try to keep the season alive for Georgia Tech and to keep the career of his head coach moving along.
If you're Coach Hall, kind of what you want. You know, you wanted Burris to get a look at it. Not able to come through, but you've got the left-handed hitting Schmidt coming up against a hard thrower. Schmidt has had 2 great swings and delivered with home runs.
And Kent Schmidt has been a monster in this game.
I mean, able to go down and golf low fastballs out of the park. He's been the guy that had his number called and has delivered for this team today. All about the approach right now. Approach to this at bat.
Connor Spencer meeting with the brain trust of Ole Miss. Joel Mangrum will now head back into the dugout as Danny Hall surveying things. 2 on for Kent Schmidt. He is the go-ahead run. Brocious at third, Schaus at first. 11-9 game. 2 down. Ball 1.
Schaus, good speed at first, so anything in the gap, he's got the potential to reach home.
Inside it bounces, and getting to second base is Schaus.
Now that's a different dynamic with first base open. The lefty Schmidt is in the batter's box now. Yeah, they're gonna walk him. Yeah, that's why I was really surprised that they sent the runner in that case. You know, you get the base hit, you tie the game, but you have the lefty versus righty matchup with a hard throwing right-handed hitter right-handed pitcher on the mound.
And they will take their chances with Kyle Lodice as the music in the background playing. And the song is The Time Now. And Alex Hernandez in the on-deck circle.
How's Lodice today? Struck out the past 2 times he's been to the plate. He's had a fantastic season for the Yellow Jackets. Biggest at bat of the season right now.
Ole Miss trying to make it to their 17th regional final. Connor Spencer working for the first time this season for 3 straight days. He'll see Kyle Lodice. Strike 1. Schmidt over at first. Schaus at second base. Brocious at third. 0-1.
They've been challenging Lodice tight and inside. Normally with a guy with his type of numbers, you want to pitch away, but they've been able to get inside on the hands of Lodice. See if he makes an adjustment.
2 strikes. Foul away. Danny Hall has pressed the right button so far in this inning. Now looking for a hit. .96 miles per hour from Spencer.
He's got the live arm. I think you show him fastball, he's been able to hang in there. That pitch is going to be the slider.
Got him! Ole Miss advances to the regional final. And the amazing coaching career of Danny Hall is over. A Georgia Tech icon and legend says goodbye to Ole Miss head coach Mike Bianco.
One of the best to do it, second in all-time wins. Has established a program at Georgia Tech. Unfortunately for the Yellow Jackets, their season comes to an end. Along with a legendary career, it's been a pleasure to call games with Coach Danny Hall.
He was great with us, and we wish him all the best in the future. But Ole Miss advances to the regional final, and they will have another meeting with Murray State coming up later on tonight. The final score is 11-9. Ole Miss moves to the regional final. For Jay Walker, I'm Derek Jones saying so long from Oxford, Mississippi. Let's take you to the Chapel Hill Regional with Wes Durham for North Carolina and Oklahoma.